All right. What's up, y'all? My check. Also, cam check. I'm looking at the rest of the chat here. The Celtics #1, and we all know it. Lakers in 6. Yeah. It's actually kind of unfortunate. Cavs ran into Boston that early in their streak. Yeah. I think they pretty much would have continued beating every team for a while. But Boston, of course, because Boston is probably the most complete team. Like Cavaliers is a complete team, but Boston is like a complete but experienced team. Relative. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not surprised there. It's supposed to be another D4 webcast this week. Campfire is tomorrow. So I'll be here in the afternoon streaming the campfire. So but I don't know if I haven't decided whether I'm gonna do the campfire and also watch the PoE2 stuff tomorrow as well. I guess it depends on how long all that's gonna take. So I might. It depends. But I do think that the PoE stuff is like right after the campfire stuff. So if so, I might just get ahead and do it. How's my day going? Not too bad actually. Not too bad. I got a lot to do this week. So like I'm constantly got like a bunch of stuff in my mind trying to get myself to do the things I gotta do this week. It's always like when you know you got things to do and then trying to will yourself to actually do the things you know you gotta do. That can be kind of tough. So the hop was going on. Oh, I didn't even see what you said. Like you said, what do you think about using your Petrify rune words over the +3 skills and random arrows? Like you're getting better results. Why do you want to? I guess why do you want to do the Petrify rune? The only thing you get from it is a stun. That's it. The crit damage thing is leftover wording that doesn't work. If it did, I'd totally be using that rune instead because it would technically double dip with precision like it did in PTR. But it no longer does. The crit damage does not work. Nope. That would be the obvious choice for both rapid fire and well, any precision build really. It used to work, but it doesn't. And we've gotten confirmation from devs that it doesn't. That it's just leftover wording that they just forgot to remove. They said just abusing the potion. Yeah, I definitely won't be doing any of that at all. Oh well, yeah. Then that's what's the point of it? Yeah, exactly. That's why you never see me do it. That particular rune, at least for precision builds, for damage purposes. All right, let's log on to System D4. We're gonna. I might farm for a little bit on my Rain of Arrows build, but then I'm gonna re-roll stuff for Victimized because I gotta get new weapons for my Victimized build. I accidentally salvaged my two vulnerable swords some weeks ago. What about the Decrepify? So, do you not like the +3 to all skills, Moonzuck, or what? I'm just curious. Feels kind of boring. Okay, that's fair. That's true. That's probably the best reason I've heard about it. That's a very good reason. You're right. The Petrify, I mean, the thing is that we don't really need more defense on the build. So I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but with Fist of Fate and stuff, you're already like, you know, slay everything anyways. Went from 95s to 100s to 110s. Yep, we know all about that anti-venom thing. You won't see, like, I put it this way, you won't see any of the Maxroll people doing that. Somebody was asking Panda Glassjaw to do that in his stream earlier today. I was actually in the stream, and Panda was like, "Yeah, no, not gonna do that." Decoy, what's up, man? So I refuse to use the opposing bug on Noid. Well, see, the thing about it is that, like, it's one of those things where it's not baked into like a build per se. It's kind of more of a somewhat of an exploit versus a, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that no one should do it. Don't get me wrong. You do what you want. I'm not judging anything, but like, to be quite blunt, it is in our contracts as Maxroll creators to not partake in any sort of thing that's considered an exploit. So if a build has a bug, that's one thing, because that's baked into the skills or baked into the, you know, Paragon board or whatever. Like, that's a little different. We don't like it per se, but that's not the same thing. But like things like anti-venom is obviously kind of like an exploit, and we don't partake in stuff like that. Just like the XP bug. Remember the XP exploit that was a thing earlier. Like, we don't do that. Et cetera, et cetera. So I know I'm gonna get people, you know, saying, hey, why don't I do this, or why don't I try the OP Flurry with the anti-venom thing? And even if I wasn't with Maxroll, I still wouldn't do it. But being with Maxroll basically guarantees that I don't even won't even make the attempt, even if I wanted to, which I don't, but even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to anyway. I hear you can do a 150 on the Spiritborn with no gear, I think, with the anti-venom, I think. Dark side, we need a Twisting Blaze Rogue that's viable in speed farming. So I was thinking about it earlier today. I think I will do that. I think I actually will do or create a Twisting Blaze build sometime this week. So today I'm gonna do Victimize. Tomorrow, maybe some momentum related stuff. So that will also include like Flurry, Twisting Blaze, Invigorating Strike, Blaze Shift, like those kind of things. Man, there's no clean way to play this game. I wish there was, but at this point, I don't see a line anymore. So apparently they're gonna fix the, at least they're, I think it's been said that they're gonna fix the anti-venom thing tomorrow or something, some sort of hotfix or whatever. And it's funny because normally, if you've been on my stream long enough, you know that I'm usually like for stuff like that. It's like, yeah, fix all the bugs, right? But like, I think at this point, since they've kind of like, you know, given the impression that they're going to let those things kind of run wild, I say just leave it. Yeah, like at this point, if you're going to have that stance with Spiritborn, right? Like with Spiritborn being what it is right now, then like something that isn't nearly as strong as Spiritborn, but benefits Spiritborn more than any other class, ironically enough, you don't want to ruin their fun and pull the fun away from them. So might as well just leave it at this point. Like what more harm can it actually really do? Right? I say just leave it. To be honest with you, as crazy as I am, you know, as a person who love bug fixes and stuff like that, but if you're gonna have the philosophy that you have, then you need to leave it, because it doesn't affect anybody technically, right? So like, Isn't that what the context was? Isn't that as long as it doesn't affect anyone else, then they'll kind of like leave it. So I say leave it, even if it does suck for any build that cannot use OP, like an OP setup or whatever, like an overpower setup or whatever. Like fine, it is what it is, So, stick to your guns. Don't remove any bugs that people have. They're fun, right? Isn't that what you said? So, yeah. So bug away, exploit away. I guess at this point, if that's your take on it, let everybody finish exploiting the rest of the season. Let it go. You mean might as well at this point. I don't necessarily agree with the original take of how they went with the bugs this season. I get why they did it, but I don't necessarily agree with it. But you might as well just, be consistent. You know what I'm saying? Like, be consistent with what you're gonna allow. So. Wait, how did I get another thing already? Oh, that's right. I did Varshan. That's right. That was like really quick. I completely agree with that, Dark Side. At least this way people can enjoy other classes build running OP. That's the thing though, Bullets. I don't know. That's a fine line between enjoy, because honestly, most OP builds or overpower builds are not that much fun to play. I mean, you will enjoy the big old orange numbers for sure, but like the overpower builds are not that much fun to play. There are a lot of button mashing and a lot of macro use, script use involved. So I mean, if you find that fun, sure, right? But I mean, your number will go up. So I mean, if that's what makes it fun for you, because number went up, big number went up, kind of thing, then all right, do you? What's not fun playing things that do 1/4 of what someone else is with cam with less gear makes you want to quit. Some of this, I mean, yeah, I mean. I personally don't feel that way because I don't care about what other people do. I take that take in a lot of things in life, like what someone else has or what they do doesn't. I mean, I don't care because it doesn't really affect me. Like, there's no competitive aspect in the game. I'm not competing against Spiritborn, right? So if they want to hit for some new magical number, and Blizzard wants to give them even more power or whatever like that, that affects zero of what I do. On Rogue, zero. Like the way I play Rogue, how like what I do on Rogue does not change. Most will always want someone else to judge what they can go, but I mean, it's an action RPG though. There's no competition. It's one thing that if there was like an end game leaderboard or something, and you're competing against a Spiritborn, that's one thing. Is ego? Well, I mean, I don't really. I mean, sure, okay, but does it really have to be though? You know what I'm saying? Like, do we pander to people's ego? Like, it's hard to be like me. Oh, I'm not saying I don't get jealous or I don't get envious. I mean, I think everybody does, right? I mean, who doesn't want like to feel OP in certain instances or cases? But for me, I value gameplay more. So, like, I will say that the big numbers don't give me the dopamine high as it might give someone else, right? Because I see big numbers. You see big numbers all the time. But like, for me, the gameplay has always been like the most important thing. So like, that's why I didn't start with Spiritborn, honestly. When I kind of knew some of the things were bugged from the review copy of the game, I'm like, oh god, all those things aren't really that much fun to play. Quill Volley doesn't even make sense mechanically. It doesn't. It really doesn't make sense mechanically, but it's the strongest build in the game. But it doesn't make sense mechanically. So it's like, yeah, but everyone loves the big numbers, so it's kind of like screw what sense that makes. Like screw the fact that it doesn't, like, as a build mechanically it doesn't make sense. But it gives you the big numbers and the easy 150s, so it's kind of like, you do your thing, right? And again, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I am not hating. But personally, me, I'm gonna need just a little more substance than that. Just a little bit more. I agree with that. I think most have the ego issues. But I think the thing is, though, Necrovol, the thing is that, like, if you want to have that kind of ego, it's a better game for that. Like, egos in action RPGs doesn't make any sense to me. It's RNG. It literally is RNG. There isn't much skill involved. So, like, if you want to have that kind of ego, there are much better games to have ego in. Much better games. Like, where you actually play against people, like, you actually have to do mind games and, have to try, and, like, your skill matters a bit more. Like, those games makes more sense to have egos in. Action RPG, never. Like, I don't get it. Literally, the job is to find gear, push buttons, enemies die, rinse and repeat. That is it. You know what I'm saying? And this goes for the people, not like, people don't play a lot. I'm talking about some of the blasters too, like blasters who have egos in this game. Like, bro, like I don't get it. I don't understand. You see, I agree. Dancing Knight should have been the rogue spotlight. It kind of is in the speed farming sense, but definitely not in the pushing sense. But the problem with Dancer Knives is that, the snapshotting kind of really, or the need to snapshot to feel strong, really hurt the skill a bit. Yeah, like MOBA is a great place to like have your ego, right? Like, or have your ego checked, I guess. You can rage and curse out anybody else you want there. Say you're better than somewhat because you have the a higher or better win percentage, or you're in a higher league. Yeah, you can go flex your ego there, or try to, right? Until someone else who's better than you talks down upon you because you don't have as good a stats or win percentages as someone else, right? So, like, yeah, like, those games are perfect for that. While Amina Gladiator here, 2300 plus, he right, massive ego. Should be a leaderboard? Well, definitely not right now, Shawnee. Not right now. This game has way too many problems. Well, bugs per se. The game has way too many bugs to have a leaderboard right now. Imagine if there was a leaderboard right now. Like if we had a leaderboard right now, imagine how much complaining we would have about how unfair things are. Like, you think right now, with Spiritborns being 62% of the play class, yeah, that's gonna jump from like 62% to like 90-something%. Because when you involve leaderboards, well, now the other classes don't really have a chance. You might as well pick the best class because leaderboards are in play. So, you just have a leaderboard like in D3 where it's by class. It doesn't matter. I played D3 for 10 years. People still compare class to class, even though the leaderboard was based off of just the class. people always kept saying, oh, well, yeah, sure. You know, Demon Hunters are doing 143, but Necros are doing 150 in 5 minutes or whatever. Like, people still compare class to class, regardless if it was just a one class leaderboard. It's just gonna happen. So guess what? The most popular class that season is gonna be the class that can get the 150 the easiest or the fastest, regardless if they're separate leaderboards. We saw that for years in D3, and I thought it was silly too at the time. I'm just like, yo, bro, like just play your class and just worry about what your class is doing. But no, but I'm like, ugh. You have no idea how important a cow and a Hakam with G on cooldown reduction. Yeah, those are definite musts. Hey man, been waiting for you to log on. Got an amulet, a science donation. All right, I'll let you know. Anyways, I guess I say all this to say, honestly, at this point, Blizzard needs to pick a philosophy and stick with it, whatever that is. In my opinion, I think they're a bit too wishy-washy. Whether I agree with that philosophy or not, I think they need to stick with one and not be afraid of the consequences, whatever that is, or you know, the backlash they may have, because they have a standard. Stick to that standard, and so therefore the audience know what your standard is, instead of us wondering, oh, are they going to fix this bug? Or are they going to fix that bug? Because they fixed this bug, but they didn't fix that bug. And then last season, they did all this fixing. And then this season, they didn't do any fixing at all. You know, like, that's not good. Like, have a standard, whether it's you're going to fix whatever bug comes up, or you just don't fix anything at all until the next season. It needs to be consistent. That's kind of where I'm at. So if you notice, they went with the whole, I'm going to be a fun uncle, right? And, let all the, big bugs kind of play out. Well, if that's the case, then leave anti-venom alone. Leave the new perdition bug alone. Let it ride. Because regardless of how you look at it, the spirit-born bugs are way bigger than any other bug in the game that you can introduce right now, period. Way bigger. So if you're going to leave those alone, why not leave anti-venom alone? Why not leave, like, it doesn't matter if it ruins the game or not, or ruins leaderboards or whatever you want to call it. Just let it go. You made your stance. Let it go. Fix it next season. Like, stick with the philosophy and just let it go. Do I like that? No. My philosophy, the way I look at it, is fix bugs as you see fit, so we can actually have some balance in the game. But that's not the route Blizzard took. So if you're gonna leave Spiritborn alone, leave all the other bugs alone. Let it ride. But whether I agree with some of my friends or not, there's been a lot of shouting saying, anti-venom needs to be disabled immediately, or they need to disable it. It's ruining the game. I'm like, bro, Spiritborn already did that. Spiritborn already did that. Like, I promise you, like, fixing anti-venom isn't gonna change the state of the season. But anyhow, I digress. They're saving face. Yeah, like I said, they want to be the fun uncle, and like being the fun uncle is is understandable. Okay, being the fun uncle is understandable. Like, who wouldn't want to be the fun uncle? But let's be honest. I'm sure everyone probably has one fun uncle, right? But how much respect do you have for that fun uncle? He's cool to be around. You have fun when he's around, but like, he's not the person that you take advice from, right? He's not the person that you go to for any sort of respectable conversation, or it's not someone that you highly respect. But he's fun as hell to be around. You love when he's around, right? But that's about it. You go to him to break. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Right. You see what I'm saying? And Blizzard wants to be the fun uncle, but like that means that people don't respect what you do because you don't have a standard and you're not sticking to it. And like that's just my take on it. Bad jokes? No, man. No, I mean, it's right. It's right. All right. So, this is what I will say though, for those especially on YouTube, because I know that I have me streaming on YouTube is somewhat a little bit new, but I do have some rules in my chat. It's very few rules, obviously. You know, no politics, no religion, whatever like that. You know, the normal rules for every chat. The second thing in my chat is, don't explain how exploit works in my stream. So like if there's an exploit bug or whatever like that, if you want to DM somebody and tell them, I'm all cool with that. Okay, but do not post the exploit, whatever, like in my stream. Well, on how to do it. Don't do that. I don't want to be the one on my platform spreading something like that. If you want to do it, that's fine. If you want to tell someone else to do it, that's fine, but do it on your own terms, not on my platform. Cool. So what's going on from YouTube? I know you just posted what you did. I know you didn't know, right? So that's the reason why, like, I'm not saying anything, but just for future references and want to stream stuff like, don't explain what Google can. Yeah, pretty much. But you know, like I said, on the stream, do not like the perdition thing, anti-venom. Well, anti-venom is kind of self-explanatory. You don't have to really explain how it works, but point being is, if there is an exploit that explains how to do something, just don't type it in my stream. That's all. Does that make sense? But I won't judge you for doing it. If that's what you want to do, cool. But I don't want to give a platform to it. I'll put it that way. Actually, let's do Front of Hordes. There's the ultimate exploit play Spiritborn. Nah. It's all good. What's going on? You didn't know, and it's okay. Like, King Wise, what's going on? It's hilarious. It's hard to avoid the crass jokes. I love analogies, so like a lot of my examples and analogies can be a bit controversial. Isn't really the right word, but it can be a bit much. I'll put it that way. Is Kyle the Nameless still better than the Airbug? No. Well, to a certain degree. I guess depends on, like, I guess how much you exploit it. I'll put it that way. If you, well, I'm not gonna say more than that, but if you go full blown exploit, no, Kyle is not better. It's funny because I really don't like Kyle the Nameless at all. So, that would give me, if I was someone who would jump into the party and do stuff like that, I guess. This would be the best time to do it for myself because I hate Calamimba. So like that gives me every reason to want to try to involve myself in that. Obviously I won't, but I'm just saying like that's a big temptation because I hate Calamimba so much. So I guess wish the way to get rid of it isn't exploiting something else. Unfortunately. Those poor scorpions. These side quests. How do you trigger the imbuements? You water Hakan, that's it. Literally that's it. Now of course you do take the buffs that go along with them, like mix cold imbuement and mix shadow imbuement and mix cold imbuement. So you come all the way down for both of these, but the amulet by itself will give you all three. You hate Kyle? Sad to hear that. No, I just don't like. I don't like that helm is honestly responsible. It's a big symptom of the problem of trick attacks. I'll put it that way. It's the reason why we do a lot of damage everywhere else except for bosses. Like, it sucks. Versus like pit bosses, because your helm is useless until you get, or almost useless until you get minions. That's why. So on a class that already struggles with single target as it is, Kyle the Nameless only just exaggerates that problem even more. It feeds into the issue a lot. But you have to use it because it's so freaking strong. Because Trick Attacks is just busted. So you're kind of forced into to using that helm. I can't wait, honestly, until it gets fixed. Until Trick Attacks gets fixed and it stops scaling off itself. Can't wait to actually drop this helm. Like, big time. Like, do you know how many other options I can use? You know, I can build Rain of Arrows without Flurry, or I can build Rain of Arrows with a basic attack and Crown of Lucian and actually have good damage and stuff. Like, I can't do that now because of Kyle the Nameless. Kyle the Nameless is the reason why I can't do that. I can get rid of Beastfall Boots if it wasn't for Kyle the Nameless existing with the Trick Attacks the way it is. So this helm, how do I use this word without getting in trouble on Twitch? This helm, not yet, Steve. I'm in the middle of a whatchamacallit. It basically prevents us from being able to do other options right now. I put it that way. There are so many other cool things we can do with Rain of Arrows if it wasn't for that freaking helm. Three below zero. That's you. Sorry. Oh, you have a whisper on yours too. Think we can level Heartseeker again with the Victimized buffs? Well, the Victimized buffs isn't really a buff. Like the 120 to 150 is like a very small increase, by the way. Like very small. And the fact that the ICD dropped from 0.5 to 0.25 now doesn't really make Victimize stronger. It just makes it feel a lot better. So it won't make leveling like Heartseeker or a basic attack build really like work or anything, because you still need cold clip to make it work or to make it work well enough to play. And you're not gonna get that that early leveling. You said I'm dedicated to Rogue. Well, I mean, I like playing Rogue. So I generally play what I like. Thought about doing some Druid. Maybe Sorcerer, maybe at some point. I probably won't touch Spiritborn until next season. When all the classes will be balanced. Blizzard, you would never really achieve perfect balance, but I guess the hope is to, you know, bridge the gap, I guess, with Spiritborn and the other classes. So, like, every class outside of Spiritborn, like, with each other are pretty close. This is probably the best the classes have been, or the closest that the class balance has been between the classes outside of Spiritborn. But people, you don't really think about it that way because Spiritborn exists, right? So it's like, as long as Spiritborn exists, you know, the idea is that the game is completely imbalanced, right? When the reality is that there's one really big outlier, one humongous outlier, right? And that is Spiritborn, of course. So ironically enough, they actually did a pretty decent job-ish with the class balance overall without Spiritborn. What I will say is, unfortunately, all the class balance between the between the classes are still based off of bugged interactions or bugged builds. So I wonder what's going to end up happening in the future when they actually do fix those things. You know, are they going to buff appropriately once they do fix said unintended interactions and stuff on these builds or whatever? That's the real question. Do you have any suggestions on what you can use 3G Melted Heart of Sailing? Nothing. That is a free spark. That's all you can do. I see you made a build for Aerostorm. No, this is Rain of Arrow. It's not Aerostorm. Is there an improvement to my Rain of Arrow build after the patch? Honestly, not really. I've tried the Pit Fighter's Goal like on stream several hours. Well, I'm not say several hours, but definitely several runs in the pit, and I really didn't feel much of a difference. Crafty is saying that it's not double dipping anymore, meaning that it might be worse than what it was last patch. Lexi is saying that it is double dipping. I tested. It felt fine throughout the run, but it felt worse on bosses for some reason. So my analysis is kind of inconclusive at the moment. But honestly, really, if there was gonna be any change to Rain of Arrows this patch, that's it. It'll just be that one ring. But I don't even know if that ring is really an improvement. Like, there's several little things you can do, to kind of personalize it yourself. Like, for instance, if you don't want to use Dark Shroud, right? You don't have to. You can go Concealment if you want, and try to like avoid the damage versus taking the damage, right? With Concealment, which actually works, you know, pretty okay with Pit Fighter's Goal, kind of, right? You don't even have to go Starless Skies if you don't want to. You can do double Legendary Ring if you wanted to. You don't have to go Flurry for your Precision Builder. You can go Twisting Blades if you wanted to. Or if you don't want to do Fist of Fate, you don't have to. You can not do Fist of Fate if you don't want to do it. If you don't like Exploit Weakness board, you don't have to take it. You can go with a different board if you wanted to. They're like little things you can do to personalize it for yourself, but it pretty much ends up being roughly similar output in a sense. Like, you're not gonna one particular way of doing it isn't going to be drastically different than a different way. Like, because all of those things are mostly just side grades that you can choose to do if you want to. And I've done them all. Like, I've done all of those. I've done every single one of the things I just mentioned. And I settle for this generally. Why can't I make Kyle work, but I'm breezing through piss with Shaco plus default? Dudes. Well, you have a hybrid, so I'm not quite sure what you might be missing there, but a Kyle the Nameless, especially with trick attacks, is, well, also too, you probably have more cooldown reduction, right? So you're probably casting Rune of Arrows more often with Shaco. So if Rune of Arrows is your main damage dealer, with Rapid Fire not being as much damage for you, then that could be why. But oh crap, got my elixir. What's the point of Nightmare Dungeons? Masterwork materials. Melted fart of silly. Did I try Heartseeker Rogue recently? Not yet. I will during this stream. I plan on doing it tonight for sure. Right now I'm just kind of farming some mass so I can masterwork the stuff I need to play those builds again, because I lost 2 of my swords. My Victimized swords or whatever, so. The PTR patch out for season 7? No. If it was, we would be talking about it for sure. The patch won't come out until next week. Well, the patch notes won't be until next week, but the campfire for the PTR season 7 is tomorrow or today, depending on where you live. Will I play Rogue in PoE too? If it's called that, yeah, sure. Most likely. I'll play whatever ranger class they got. Is there a specific place to get the rapid fire ring? Yes. Lord Zier. Three below 0. I forgot to invite you. Actually, I was gonna invite you towards the end. I totally forgot. Does the Rangers have guns in PoE 2? I have no idea. I don't really know that much about what's happening in PoE 2, but the combat interests me a lot, so I'm gonna give it a shot. But I'm not like actively following. AG2R, what's going on? It's been a minute since I've seen you. How you been? Did you know that if you go over the cap to a limit for it, the damage keeps increasing? Yes. Yes, it does, because it now scales off of damage. Your task becomes cover damage. So like at this point, it's like, even though you technically won't attack faster per se, but you're getting damage based off of your attack speed, so the cap doesn't matter. It's tested cutthroat damage on, let's say, temperate range can out damage dark shroud, shadow damage. No, it cannot, because they're both additive damage. So whichever one gives you the bigger value is just going to do more damage because they're both additive. So there was no reason to actually like temper cutthroat damage ever. All right, so we got the whisper. Oh, nice. I need to figure out what I'm doing with random rails because sometimes I see huge numbers and sometimes I hit like a wet noodle. That's gonna be normal because you have to build precision stacks, and if you're casting random rails without precision stacked, then you don't really do much damage at all. But I will make sure that you do have a resource elixir used at all times. Definitely mandatory for sure. And what if we temper cutthroat attack speed temper on every? Oh, that. I thought you were talking about like cutthroat damage. Now, cutthroat attack speed, that's actually a good question, actually. I'm not quite sure. It could be possible. It could be better than Dark Shroud, but I mean, I don't know if anyone's actually tested it. What do I think about TB? Pit 112 is good. TB is good in general now. It was actually decent before the patch, but it's definitely better after the patch. I don't necessarily go by top pit clears, not just top pit clears in general. I think just Twisting Blades in general with the buffs definitely feels better in like all content as well. I'm gonna actually make a TB build at some point, but not poison though, because I don't really like alchemical admixture. All right, 3 below 0. I'll take that amulet from you. Although I'm probably gonna go probably gonna go broke trying to get the right whatchamacallit on it. The elixir bug fixed patch yet? No. Nope. That'll be tomorrow. Or well, Thursday. Does Rangers have guns in PoE too? I have no idea, but if they did, that would be pretty cool. Thank you, sir. I'll put this here. And make sure I favorite it and drop it down here so I don't do anything weird with it. What do I think about PoE 2? Looking at the way the combat is, sounds a lot like up my alley. The combat looks like a lot of fun. Which is pretty much the opposite of the original Path of Exile's combat, which I did not like. So I'm actually really interested in Path of Exile to try it. Mainly due to the combat. I don't know much else about the game, honestly, because I haven't really been following that much. But for me, like if your combat is very good, I will deal with the rest of your game or the rest of whatever it is that your game has to offer. Because I will still continue to play because the combat feels great, aka Diablo games. They got me hooked because the combat is good, even if they go through phases where their game is crap, basically, right? Diablo 3 had lots of phases like that until like the last 4 or 5 years when it actually decided it did become good. But the combat was so good that I stuck with it. Whereas it's kind of the opposite for me when it comes to things like Path of Exile, where it's like it has really good systems, but the combat just feels unpolished in my opinion. the OBD bug is out now. Yeah, I know about it, but don't post how to do that. I have 2 weapons, each with a different temper, and it feels more damage using the cutthroat attacks. One. The problem is, yes, and that has no break points as far as you know, and it's not easy to test. Yeah, yeah, that's actually very interesting. I'm glad you actually brought that up because I honestly do not know how that actually works. The PoE combat is king. I mean, I don't feel that way. That's zoom, zoom, boom. Oh no, so I guess let me explain what I mean by combat. When I say combat, I mean combat feel. So when you push a button, how does your character look? How does it make you feel when you kill something? Animations, those kind of things. I'm not talking about like how fast something is per se. I mean like how much thought was put into the combat itself. Like, does it feel good when you kill something per se? How much effort goes into it, right? And it's like, what's the bug with the technically you can duplicate it, but I don't want to talk about it on stream though. I'm not trying to spread exploits or whatever. So if you want to ask him privately, you can, or Google it. But yeah, but Path of Exiles 2, yeah, but Path of Exile 2's combat is way different than the original Path of Exile, and it's like more, it's like slower and methodical. The game, I mean, the combat looks more polished. Like the animations are fluid. They actually have full animations. So like I'm actually excited for that. In my opinion, I think it's loads better than the original Path of Exile's combat. But I understand why that is because when they created the combat at the time, they were an indie company, and there's only but so much polish you can do with a much lower budget. Not saying that DGG couldn't have had better combat or better, more of a slap to their to their combat, but you know, most people who play action RPGs or MMO RPGs aren't they don't care as much about that as they do the systems and the items, the loot and stuff like that. Like that's the most important part, and like GGG obviously nailed that. You know what I'm saying? So like they put the focus where they thought people would like the most, and it paid off for them big time. So it is. They're scared they will lose their base. They probably will. Honestly, there'll be people who would rather play Path of Exile 1 instead, or the original, and that's fine. I mean, it's fine that both games will be pretty different from each other. Like that's okay. Like so I didn't realize we were getting so much cinders now. Why are we getting so many cinders? I mean I know we got like a buff or whatever, right? But why are there so many cinders? Why do I have 2,000 cinders? I've only been here for like 4 minutes. Is this really a bug? I mean, it would appear to be. This is kind of ridiculous. Reporting. I didn't even know what was going on. This is the first time I was just trying to get the whisper. I was like, okay, cool, free whisper real quick. And then these guys kept putting in hearts or whatever. So I'm like, okay. Alright, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and get the chest now. Because literally, like... Blizzard's investigating it? Okay, I legit didn't even know, so... Alright, I'm gonna get my chest and then leave. I don't know if you join the chat. I have to leave those. No one's trying to do like 20 minutes of held. Tie for 2 chests. I mean, I think a happy medium would be nice. I think obviously this is a bit much. Like you do one boss, or you do a boss twice. So like what, maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes of like the blood mating or whatever, and then literally you have enough to get almost every chest. Like, I think maybe just a little bit more commitment to Helltide would be better. I know you don't play this and that's our questions and commentaries beforehand, but there's this thing uncertain is that Assurance is not worth equipment in any scenario, even with the buff. It can't compete versus the second dagger with the extra aspect, extra dexterity. Is the dagger like in the standard build, like on Maxroll? How many synergy have died? Yeah, I know. Oh wait, I want to kill whoever this is. Just because you looked at me wrong. Y'all saw that, right? He was looking at me wrong. Yeah, but for pushing configuration, I'm telling you, dagger or sword. Why sword though? Why not just another dagger? Okay. Well, that's definitely something that, if you can, I would just DM Mippy about. I guess so. AGR. That makes sense. I'm already full. Oh, is there not even? You farming pit 150? Nah. Well, I mean, I'm not. Got a friend requesting him on Discord, but he has not seen it or accepted. Even if he hasn't, just send him a message. or go through the Maxroll Discord, like the regular Maxroll Discord or whatever, and just type in the rogue chat in the Maxroll Discord and just like at him, you know, ping him there. Because then at that point, even like Woody and other other rogue specialists can also see it too, and not just Mippy. You know what I'm saying? That's such a bad. So I'll go up here to get my last little chest. I really don't want to be in this area that long. Leave me alone. You don't want to farm pit? What do you mean? I did a lot of pit yesterday, and I'm gonna do a lot of pit today once I start messing around with some victimized testing or whatever. But what do I need to farm pit for? I guess farm pit for exactly. Tonight I'll be using it as a metric to test things, but that's really about it. Oh, there it is. Only thing lacking in Rainverse is unstoppable mechanic. Yeah, true, but you're also so mobile that it's very rare that you actually get caught by crowd control usually, because you can either dash out or flurry teleport out of occasions. So yeah, you can always use shadow step if you want instead of dash. I guess find dash to be a little more fun, but you can totally do shadow step instead. Did they fix the anti-venom bug? Not yet, no. It's supposed to be tomorrow, from what I heard. Living still is dropping. Money rune, resource elixir. Oh, they just hotfixed it? People are gonna rage, probably. Oh, salty is okay, yeah, okay. Fixing the sure and to get more health than intended. This is to go live in a few hours. After this client patch hits. It'll be a coincide on server hotfix, various stability improvements. Oh, the red cloak horror. I forgot about them. It didn't drop anything good though. What's wrong with anti-venom? It's scaling HP way higher than intended. Well, that conversation is done. Top tier comedy. Well, I guess it, you know, it is what it is, I guess. But you see how quickly they fixed that though, right? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Alright, so no more Nightmare Dungeons. I'm not sorry. No more Outside. Wait, is this a whisper again? This just was a whisper not so long ago. Like about an hour ago. I guess we gotta do it again. Took them way too long to fix it. Chat today? Yeah, chat today. Or, yeah. Campfire chat Thursday, which is today for most people. Well, it's tomorrow for me still. 12 minutes. Until it's tomorrow. Until it's Thursday. Uh-oh. Okay, big lag spike. So much for stability improvements. People are losing their minds in trade chat. You don't want to tap the boss? Well, the shield thing is weird, but every other boss is considerably quicker. Yeah, the shield, like especially because all of my damage is done with crit. Then like barrier stuff basically like destroys my damage. You bought a lot of that anti-venom elixir. Yeah, well. So let me ask you something, Wolfheart Moonspell. And this isn't like a shot at you or anything like that, but like out of curiosity, did you feel like that was gonna stay? Did you feel there? Did you think that anti-venom elixir was gonna like stay or stick around? That bug. Again, I'm just curious, just because of the fact that I want to know the different opinions, because I get to actually like, you know, send feedback and stuff based on what my community is saying. Because, you know, they did say they weren't, you know, they weren't gonna, you know, mess with any bugs or whatever. But nah, I slept. Was gonna stay up, but I slept. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I was just curious. Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, you know, obviously they, you know, a part of them, you know, really left Spiritborn alone because, well, you know, people have spent many hours and lots of gold on building around those bugs or whatever. So they probably just left it alone more so than because of that. Whereas anti-venom has nothing to do with your gear at all, but I mean, People are still spending billions going OP builds. Same thing. But my thing is that like, I mean, let's be honest. Like, sure, time. I get the time investment. That part I do get. The gear though, like, realistically speaking, most of the gear that's out in the market right now, that anyone that spent billions of gold getting, has either been farmed by a bot or duped by other exploiters or whatever. So like the gear itself isn't, you know, doesn't really hold much value. Not that the people who obviously trade for it did anything wrong. I'm just saying like the whole economy is legit based off of illegitimate practices. May you play devil's advocate on this hotfix? Sure. Am I for an auction house? Yeah. An in-game marketplace, I think, would be good for a game like this. I'm very surprised we don't have one. Very surprised. Because, I mean, let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest. At what point in 2024, do we have to sit there and leave the game, friend somebody on a third-party website to then bring them in-game, friend them in the game before doing business with them, do business with them, and then unfriend them so you have enough room to invite other people that you can trade with? Please explain to me, why is that the method of trading in 2024? Why? Why is that the way that works? I don't understand that. That is the most archaic way of trading that's been around since the Diablo 2 days. And we have yet to figure out a better way to establish how to get people to trade for items in this game. Nikki says, so the bug says Spiritborn only affects one class. I disagree with that, actually. I actually disagree with that. Here's my counter argument with that. So there's been a lot of people who have complained using Party Finder. I didn't even know it was a problem until someone came to my chat and told me. Because this person came to me and said, hey, can I play with you guys, or can I play with you? And I was just like, I was like, well, what do you need? He's like, oh, I'm just trying to get a group together so I can do so-and-so content. I'm like, oh, well, why don't you use the Party Finder? And he says, I tried. I kept getting booted from parties because I wasn't playing Spiritborn. And I thought about it, and I'm like, because I don't really do parties in general. So like, I didn't even know that was a problem. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Really? I'm like, wow, that sucks. And then like people in my chat kept telling me about their experiences, how they also got kicked from parties because they weren't Spiritborns players. And it's like, and not only that, but you also have people, people who would do Party Finders who were Spiritborn players who would charge people to play with them in Party Finders. So, yes, Spiritborn existing in this game to the extent that they do affects all the other classes that want to play group play with the new feature Party Finder. That's not good. When no one wants to play with anyone else but Spiritborn players, and a new feature that you feature in the expansion, that affects other classes. So I agree with you on every other point you made except for that one. Because that does affect other classes. But guess what? Unfortunately, they kind of got the middle finger this mid-season patch, and those same people looking for a group to play with still are having the same problems. Because they let Spiritborn be, well, Spiritborn. So ironically enough, Spiritborn will affect all the classes looking for group play and party finder for the rest of the season. Unfortunately. Now, of course, it doesn't affect me because I don't really use party finder nor do I really play in groups. But for those who do, that sucks. Especially like the casual audience who probably don't have a lot of friends that they can sit there and rely on and play with. No friends. Yeah, so about that Necrovol, so I do know about the auction house in Diablo 3. I actually made pretty okay amount of money on that, like real money. And I spent a lot of time flipping items because that was really the only way to get good gear. So I remember those days. But I do think a marketplace is still not a bad idea. WoW has a marketplace. Diablo Immortal has a marketplace. I know those are MMOs or whatever, but like I think at this point in time, they got to be able to figure out a better system than the system that we have right now. It's really not a good look for a game that launched in 2023. I want to be able to throw up a party finder for hordes and not have the experience ruined by players doing 5 quadrillion amounts of damage. So here's my experience, which I don't complain about really enough, I guess, because for me it's kind of like whatever. But there is a certain point a lot of times where a lot of people who do want to play with me, for example, are Spiritborn players, because you know obviously a lot of people made Spiritborns, and so I'm usually less likely to play in groups this season than before. Because to be 100% honest with you, some of my builds don't work with Spiritborns around. I have to hit things in order for stuff to work. Like for instance, like with random arrows. Yes, sir, I can zoom around, I can dash around. But if I can't stack precision stacks, then I don't deal any damage. So if there's too many Spiritborn players in my party, then I do nothing. I can't even cast random arrows. If I did any Victimized builds, I can't regen energy at all because I need innervation stacks or innervation, which means I have to hit a mob to gain energy. So legit, there are some rogue builds that legit don't work when you have multiple Spiritborns in your party because they one-shot everything and you can never get a hit in. So, but instead of complaining about that with Spiritborns, I just didn't party much at all. Like, not that I party much anyways, but like, I definitely made sure I didn't really do much partying this time around because, I mean, it really affects the gameplay. I don't even get to play the game really. I'm literally just sitting there because my build doesn't work. You have t-shirts from like every X-Pack. And Path of Exile. Don't complain. I don't complain about that issue. I've complained. I do complain, just not about that issue. What up, Decoy said? I like how Lassie probably did their auction off by restricting items to be only tradable once, stop people from buying items just to flips and slows down inflation. Yeah, I mean, there's good examples that you can kind of follow. Right, for an auction house or marketplace or whatever you want to call it. I just think not having one is just not a good thing. Shamish, what's going on? Spiritborn doesn't need a party. It's the party itself. So that's actually a pretty decent point. Like, why do Spiritborn players party up anyway? Like, what's the point? I'm just gonna be 100% honest with you. Like, what's the point? Is it just to show off? Like, what? Like, what is the actual reasoning? Because technically you're not playing with others because you guys aren't doing anything together. You're just spamming around the map while someone else is also spamming around the map. So there's no coordination or whatever. It's just legit, you know, watching everybody one-shot everything. Spread and win. Maybe they want to help other classes to get their, say, glyphs up for you. Well, I guess some of those people exist. I don't think that that's the main reason. By far, that's definitely not the main reason. Considering how many people get kicked from parties, from party finders, for not being Spiritborn player. But yeah, I don't know. Ask that question to yourself. Why did you party with other Spiritborns? Just curious. That's also very good. So like when I do, it's because they were my friends. Like, you know, like if someone, you know, like from Maxroll or something like that, and they were Spiritborns, like let's say Wario or whatever like that, you know, then yeah, sure, I'll play with them or whatnot. But very rarely have you ever really seen me play with any Spiritborns this season. So I don't purposely go out of my way and make a party or ask people on stream, hey, yo, who has a Spiritborn I can play with? I'm legit curious why people enjoy such overpower. Oh, I mean, that's pretty simple. I mean, who doesn't like feeling like, I'm gonna say who doesn't, but like a lot of people like feeling like an absolute god in the game. And in a game like this, where the idea is to build a character to make it strong, a lot of people like feeling the strongest you possibly can be, even if it is at the expense of, you know, content or whatever, or, you know, the game's health or whatever. That doesn't matter, because the whole point is for you to get to the point where you can one-shot everything and feel like a literal god. And for a lot of players, people find that fun. Like, particularly, I don't necessarily find that fun, but I know that I'm in the minority, but I can understand why people do find that fun. Even if I'm not in that category. Only 12.3K, that's all I got. Oof. How much did I spend on stuff yesterday? I agree on a destination, but I like the journey more. Yeah, so I'm with you, Buff Sort. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you on that. I agree with you on that. Ron Perlman said, I'm not ashamed. I used to hold the potion today while I was available. I know it's fun as heck. Yeah, see, like people find different things fun in the game. My perspective is gonna always be what's best for the game, because that's gonna establish longevity for the game. Like short-term fun now may not necessarily be best for the game long-term, because, you know, in order for something to last, there needs to be substance to the game. So if everything was broken or everything had 1 HP and we were able to one-shot everything, then the game won't keep an audience for long. Right? It'll be fun for that little bit, right? But then you're legit just going to like go do something else because, well, once you get tired of one-shotting things, there's nothing else to do. You know what I mean? So like then you move on. So I'm lagging a lot ever since this update, this or whatever. There it is. Appreciate the follow. Prefer banging my head in the desk as a wolf druid. That and getting authorized from clicking the same button so many times. I wonder if I have enough mats, enough OBDs to mash the work properly now, so I can actually start with my Hunger and Arrow. Hunger and Arrow, Heartseeker. I'm gonna do Heartseeker first and then Barrage next. But they both are gonna be Victimized builds, of course. Each player in the game has a choice to power level and maximize or simply take adventure, and only ask when there's a stuck point. I'm lagging a lot. Yeah, that's what made you. Yeah, it's been really laggy right now. The various stability improvements, I guess, is happening right now. I guess. I'm going to be willing to bet that at least 75% of players got power level as the super players offer it. I had a conversation about this earlier at one point. And so, like, if you notice, as a teacher, it's always my job to kind of look at different perspectives of my students and like what they think and how they feel about things. So, you know, kind of have to be as impartial as possible. But like, the reality is that there are content creators and blasters who make a lot of money, like gold or whatever, and even real money, literally doing carries. Like carrying people to do certain things, whether that's carry pits, carry bosses, power leveling, or whatnot. So like these people make a ton of money doing it. And so the only way that people can make that much money or that much gold doing it is if there is a market for it. So apparently there's a big enough market where, as in like there's enough people out there, which is quite a few people, who want those services, that they will, you know, spend the gold or even real money to obtain those said services. Which leads me to believe that if these people can get rich, basically, you know, rich in resources or whatever you want to call it in this game, for doing stuff like that, then that leads me to believe that there's a large portion or a big enough portion of the player base that would rather just get there as fast as possible. As in, like, not necessarily do it themselves and or not really feel bothered learning the content. Lilith is a great example. That there's Lilith carries used to be like extremely good for those who profited off of that. Dark Citadel is another, you know. So like again, this isn't to shame anyone who would prefer to, you know, work their job and spend time of doing other things other than like playing the game, and just kind of want a really powerful character as fast as possible, right? Not shaming those players, but what I'm saying is that it becomes difficult as a developer, or you know, for developers to develop content that's challenging if a significant portion of your player base is just going to skip it. See what I'm saying? Why waste developer time and stuff if there is a large enough portion of the player base who are just going to pay someone else to get it done for them? This is actually why I think, in my opinion, I'm not saying that you should do any, like, that's not like a problem. Like that's not like an actual problem where You know, Blizzard needs to do anything about it. I'm not saying that at all. But I think it's a very strong case for something like a solo self-found mode. Like, it will be a very strong case for having like solo self-found in this game. Because they're catering to both mentalities, they know they have players of both spectrum. True, but I think the thing is that like, I guess the only time I ever get a little like bothered by that, like I don't really care about what people normally do with their time in the game. I don't really care. You do, you know, you do you. Even if I don't agree with what you may do, you do you. Like, for those who want to exploit, that's fine. You know, you do you. I'm not gonna shame you for doing it. I won't, but you can. Not a problem here, right? Will not shame you for it. The only time where I have a like that I don't like is when, for example, if that crowd, like the crowd of people who, you know, are paying for services to be carried, complain about not having depth in the game. So when you're saying there's nothing to do in the end game, or the end game is not hard enough, or like it's not challenging enough, but you're getting paid to get but you're paying to get boosted, then I'm kind of like, all right, I don't think you get to talk about that, because you didn't, you know, do any of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you get boosted or you get carried and then you say the game is too easy, or there's nothing to do because you skipped the journey, is the only time where I'm feeling like, all right, maybe I don't know if I can respect your opinion on that. Because you can't skip the journey and then complain that there is no journey. See what I'm saying? Again, I'm not shaming anyone who wants to skip the journey. If that's how you want to play the game, it is totally on you. You spent money, or sorry, you bought the game with your own money. If that's how you want to play it, you know, albeit, right? But you can't complain about there not being a journey or not much to do in game if you skip the journey and you got boosted to in game. That's the only time where I get to a point where I'm just like, yeah, man, I don't know. It's hard to respect your opinion on that. I mean, most of my customers are, no offense meant here, dad gamers or lazy gamers. I mean, definitely the dad gamers is true, because I mean, let's be honest, like the Diablo audience is what? Like most of us are what? Mid 30s, early, like mid 30s, mid 40s, some, you know, in the 50s or whatever. Like the Diablo audience is like the older crowd. So dad gamers is a true statement, because that's the majority of, you know, most people in their 30s are probably dads, or about to be a dad, or working on being a dad, you know, like. So dad gamers is a very true statement, even if it is like a stereo, you know, type. But yeah. Damars says their websites and stuff set up, you can just pay whatever race they assign. Yeah. As long as there's demand, if there's demand for it, there'll be a market for it. So I honestly don't have any issues with people who, you know, who provide services, because the reason why the services exist is because there's demand for it. If there wasn't demand for it, the services would not be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't really fault the people who provide the service when it comes to that, because they're only providing service because there's a demand for it. So like if it's extra money for them they can make or whatever, I mean, kind of hard to fault them for that. Necrovol. So I don't think he really meant that in a bad way. Obey didn't mean that in a bad way. I think what he's saying, when the term dad gamer comes up, it's basically meaning not having the time is what is meaning. It's not that they can't play the game or they're not good at the game or they don't know how to grind. That's not what that's indicating. He's just saying like dad gamer generally means when people say that, they're saying you just don't have time. Like there's just very little time. And so it's just easier to get, with the maybe 30-minute window, you might have time to play with 3 kids and a wife and like 3 jobs or whatever like that. That service or whatever might be more useful for a person like that. That's where the term comes from. He doesn't mean it as like a disrespectful thing by any means. No one would want to carry if they thought the game was fun. I would say that's not. I don't know if I would agree with that. I mean, people ask for carries all the time in PoE, and everyone thinks PoE is fun. So I don't really know. Like PoE gets talked up a lot, right? And people make a lot of money off of carries there. And Lost Ark is caught busing. Yeah, very true. PoE have any PvP? I think so. I mean, action RPG PvP has never really been like a real thing. Like maybe old school D2 PvP was kind of like a thing, kind of, but like that's about as close as you're gonna get to a PvP action RPG. Yeah, so overpowered Flurry silencer is way more strict than Rain of Arrows for masterwork and stuff. Like you have to have what you have to have. Division 2 is a good action RPG. So Division isn't an action RPG. It's a looter shooter. Action RPG is synonymous with isometric RPGs in a sense. So Division is not an isometric. It's a first-person shooter RPG, if that makes sense. Like Borderlands is, kind of thing. So they wouldn't be in the same category. It's like I wouldn't put Diablo and Destiny in the same category, even though they're kind of similar-ish in terms of looter, but that's about the... There's really no need to pay another 2 levels you short of subbing to a streamer's channel. I even find that quite weird, honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the whole idea of like any streamer, asking, for a sub or what. I don't really think I've seen a lot of that, to be honest with you. So thankfully, but yeah, like subbing to a streamer's channel for a power level or something like that is just awful. Like. What's most relaxed build except Random Vero, except Dissonance? He said, Random Vero, her hands. Precision Barrage is actually really relaxing to play. Do exclamation mark builds and go to my second to last planner and do it with Wind Force now, because Wind Force is actually like good with it. Nothing wrong subbing to streamer. Oh no. Okay, so I'm not saying that. I'm saying subbing to streamer for a service. Like if a streamer only provides a service if you sub to them, is what I mean. I think that's not cool. Subbing to a streamer is fine. Like, I mean, obviously, I have subs, right? I'm not gonna sit there and downplay that at all whatsoever. You can support a streamer. But I'm saying subbing for a specific service is in my opinion quite wild, and I think it's just kind of the streamer exploiting the individual. Because let's be honest, if a streamer or a content creator is that popular that somebody would want to pay, do like a sub to a streamer just to play with them or level or like that, like that's the requirement, that streamer doesn't need the money. Like, I guarantee you that streamer does not need that money. They're already making good enough money at that point to not need to extort, to not need that type of, you know what I mean? Like those type of streamers are already big enough to where they're making a pretty comfortable living probably at that point. Like, you being a streamer at the outside, do you help members of your community level if need be? Well, yeah, of course. I might not necessarily always play in groups because I'm usually testing a lot, but like literally, like that's what my build guides are for. Like YouTube, Maxroll, people ask questions about builds or whatnot. Like I ask if they want like a gear check. I generally ask them to DM me and then I'll do a gear check, on my personal time. Yeah, I mean the rogue Maxroll Discord, same as that thing. They ping me. I say, hey, you can ping me. Most people don't like being pinged, but hey, you can ping me all you want. And I'll answer your questions. So like, none of that requires a sub. Understand my reasoning for asking you that? Actually, no, I didn't pick up on it. Honestly. There's a PvP location of map that feels of hatred. Yeah, well, it's technically. There's going to be someone that's gonna sub if it's not you. It's someone else. Well, I mean, I think there are gonna be some streamers that would never go that route. That would never go that route. Like I'll give you a good example. No matter how big Barricade becomes, like no matter how massive Barricade becomes, he would never. He would do all types of carries or whatever for free. And would be happy to do it with a smile. No matter what. So I do think there's a big difference between sub for carry and community free carry. If you require something extra to carry someone as a streamer, it is the same to me as paying a website person to do carry. I think the thing is, there's Mercatus was going on. He said Barricade's a great guy. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. That's the reason why I can like 300% certainly say what I'm saying about Barricade. Like no matter what. You said, but he still accepts subs, donations, etc. Lots of gray area there. What's the context though, Carnage, of that? If someone subs donates or whatever like that, they're doing it at their own expense, not because they felt and they felt like they needed to for a specific thing from the streamer. Like they are doing it out of just being nice because they want to support the channel, not because they felt entitled to or obligated to. Right? So, but never, I won't say never, but I mean, they, yeah, you would never really, I won't say never, but very few content creators context all streamers accept donation subs, and most do not ask for subs, but follows which cost nothing. So that's the. Yeah, so are you, to be honest? But thanks, man. All streamers accept that. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, do you expect them to not? I guess in a sense, or subs or donations. I mean, it can sometimes come off as disrespectful. I put it this way. There are like sometimes some people would like, you know, want to give me like certain pieces of gear so I can have something to test with, like specifically or whatnot. And I used to just say no. Like I used to just downright say no, don't worry about it. I'll just find it myself or just come to it. And like I started to realize that like me saying no made some of those individuals feel bad because they were legit just trying to help. Like it wasn't me trying to be like this ultimate super ultra character, but what they were trying to do was contribute to the testing that I was doing. But having right pieces of gear helps you with that with the process of being able to test this thing that they want to see. So they're contributing with gear versus, you know, let's say a sub or a donation, and that's the way of supporting. And I didn't see it that way for a while until like maybe a couple of months ago, where I'm just like, you know, yeah, okay, I get it now. But at first I'm just like, no, man, don't give me gear. That's all right. I'll find it. Don't worry. You know, happen. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong, but man, I'll find it. Right? But now I realize that it's just more so of a means. It's like, hey, you're doing Barrage. Like for example, it's like, hey, you're doing Barrage build, right? Hypothetical. It's like, hey, I want to see what you can do with Barrage. He said, oh, you're looking for an amulet? Hey, I got an amulet for you that you know that you can have to try, you know, to test the thing on Barrage. So they're supporting the content by donating gear for that particular content. Now I don't take like a whole set of gear over that, but if I'm missing like one piece and I'm saying, man, if I had a ring that had just 1 GA crit damage or something, right? Which you guys saw it last stream. If you guys were here last stream, I said, hey, I don't have a ring with like 1 GA crit damage to be able to test this pin shot thing. And someone's like, oh yeah, I got one. I got one for you. So I'm not even asking for like top tier gear or asking for gear at all. But people, you know, will give me like literally base the minimum of what I need to test. Right? That's it. I'm not asking for some GG or whatever like that, nor do I expect it by any means. But like if someone wants to give me the bare minimum, you know, now I understand why people do it and I accept it, right? So Mercatus gets it, yeah. The discussions on this channel always get so deep and philosophical. Oh man. My context is that streamers 90% do ask for donations or subs, but present good content that allows viewers to choose what we like or not. Context equals most streamers are not working for pay, but as long as they gather more and more, but us, oh, do is don't. Okay. I denied you twice. Yeah, I do it because I yeah, I did deny you twice, 3. Like, see, yeah, I do. You should do one of those streams where it's one person versus 20 opposing views. It'll be so good. All right. How many max did I get that run? Actually, I don't even know. It's actually 5K. It actually wasn't that bad. We can do another, and then we'll build some Heartseeker. I promise I'm gonna get the Heartseeker. I promise. I just want to make sure I get enough OBDs. Where is it at? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't have the time to be grinding out research on all the nuances to build. If a piece of gear helps those guys get built, well worth it. Yeah, like I said, I didn't realize it. I literally was ignorant of why people were being so generous. I thought people were just doing it because they like me or whatever. It's like, or you know, it's like you're my favorite streamer or something. And I mean, I'm sure there's probably something involved in that, but like, it took a while for me to understand the full value of why they were doing it, and the fact that they get value out of it too if a build amounts from it, if that makes sense. But yeah. Is it ego much? Where's the ego coming from? Like, if someone gives you something, it's probably because they like you. I don't know where the ego comes from. Like, do you give something to people you don't like? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm the goat. Give me your stuff. I don't know. You said sorry, you couldn't help it. Any begging streamer I simply bought. Fair enough. I agree. Wholeheartedly. Yes, I give things to the wife all the time. She's not watching, is she? Oh man. Okay, we got a good boon early, so this should be a good run. That comment though, is it? Nope, I checked first. Oh man. Alright, well I promise after this this Inferno Horde we'll build into Victimized builds. We leave voice and I see this. That was a baller comment though. This one time in a while I had a guild member who left her husband, an officer, for a dude in a trailer park because he raided with her. What? Wow. Married men jokes, yeah. That was my payment for your random rails guide. I'll take it, sir. I'll take it. That was great. She looted that big account and got an enlargement and left her for kids for a dude who sweet talked her online. I would say, I said it last stream and I'll say it again this stream. Not playing World of Warcraft when it came out when I was in college was like the absolute best decision I've ever made in my life. I don't think I would ever top that decision ever. Like I peaked at the moment I decided to not play WoW in college. That was peak dioxide, by the way. I was 18. 18? No, 19. 19. 19-year-old dioxide was peaked at that decision. Because all of my friends dropped out. Not all. Most dropped out because they play WoW in college and they never finished. Yeah, I don't think I can ever top a decision better than that decision ever for the rest of my life. You thought I was like a fresh grad? Oh no, I'm even not shaved or whatever. I actually, you should have see me with like a baby face. Like I can legit pass for like a freshman in college. I remember when I first started teaching, like straight out of college or whatever, like when I was in my 20s, I would constantly get stopped in the hallway by administrators, even though I had my ID like around my neck or whatever, asking why I wasn't in class. And I'm like, bro, I work here. I was in the same meeting you were in. Like, bro, congratulations. Yeah, I still get carded like everywhere I go. In fact, I think it was earlier this week I got carded. Whenever I like get a drink at a restaurant or whatever. This time I actually asked the server. This time I said, "How old do you think I am?" Just out of curiosity. She was kind of embarrassed. She was like, "I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I'm like, just guess. She's like, no, I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess. Like I'm gonna get offended or something or whatever. And I was like, all right, fair. I'm not gonna make you feel awkward or bad. What build am I playing? Rain of Arrows for now. Bro, the AOL. I heard, man. Oh, man. I heard about that. I was like, no, man. Like, he's legendary, man. He's, like, up there with, like, Keck W. Well, he's actually, I would say he's more legendary than the Keck W guy. Like, but they're in that, like, same, like, realm of, like, legendary figures that we only knew because of the one thing, but still awesome nonetheless or whatever. What I think about Woody's version of it, of the Rain of Arrows, I honestly have not seen that yet. The only thing I can think of that would be like real, like something that's gonna change the way you play it a little bit would be like Pit Fighter's Goal. But I mean, most of the things that you do on Rain of Arrows, I'm pretty sure I've already tried. Whether that's with concealment, whether that's with twisting blades instead of flurry, whether that is with Pit Fighter's Goal, whether that is a regular glove instead of Fist of Fate. All the Paragon configurations, dance, macrobee. I've legit done it all on Rain of Arrows, and a lot of the options are basically kind of like side grades, whereas like it doesn't really matter which route you go; it's going to be pretty similar. So I just picked the route that honestly for me just feels the best. But but if I had to take a guess, I'm probably thinking that he has Pitfall or Pit Fighter's Gall in there somewhere. Two different glyphs in the Pit Fighter ring. Okay. So yeah, glyphs the same thing. Like there are like 8 glyphs that works with this build. Literally 8 different glyphs. So you can choose whichever one you want to go at the end of the day. But yeah, so if it's 2 different glyphs, my assumption is here are the glyphs you can use in Renovaros. You got Headhunter. You can do fluidity, versatility, combat, control, canny, devious. I think that was 7, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So you got those 7 glyphs you can use. So, I mean, I guess we can talk about it, but I generally tend to not like to comment generally on like Maxroll videos per se. I mean, I can kind of talk about the setup if you would like for me to. And I could probably tell you why he did it, especially since he's playing hardcore, because that's another thing to think about. So he's gonna always have a different way of doing things because he's obviously trying to make sure he doesn't lose his character. Whereas I'm gonna be a little bit more on the glassier side of things naturally. Even though the build is quite tanky. Since I discovered Rogue in your channel, I feel like just playing every season. I didn't have a minute to swap classes since season 0. Oh, for real? As someone who doesn't play Ultimates much, his mind is blown that you're playing a build around an Ultimate. Yeah, about time, I know, right? Death Trap is actually good too as well. What's the highest pit tier can you comfortably clear quickly with this build? Probably like 92, 93, roughly. A 92, 93 would be like a 3-minute clear, basically, roughly, if I don't mess anything up. You get 1090s from spamming that ultimate on council. You should be able to just hold down the button on council, right? You can just hold down the button to be able to cast Rain of Arrows, right? You can literally hold down Flurry, hold down Rain of Arrows, and they will just cast on their own. Should be able to. Now on PC, you have to click, but on council, you should be able to hold down the button. You said they worry most. You said he did. Gotcha. Is Flurry the wind force attack? No, Flurry is the like the actual skill Flurry. So. Is used to be able to spawn a couple of different buffs. So here's the thing too, Shamish, are you there still? So here's the thing, Shamish. Because Woody came into my channel last night, actually. After, you know, obviously this is after he made his Reign of Arrows video guide, right? Sources say that Pit Fighter's goal is no longer double dipping. Like it used to before patch. So there might be a stealth nerf to it. And if so, that makes it weaker than it was last patch. If that's the case, then Pit Fighter's goal will not go into Reign of Arrows. Because it would be worse than what it was before the patch, which was considered a side grade, not an upgrade. So, however, Lexi Liu feels that it is still double dipping. His reasoning was because it still affects sheep DPS or sheep precision or whatever. But the actual percentage, I don't know, you know, what it was actually calculated to be. So I'm hearing two different conflicting tests from two very reputable individuals. So my test on stream yesterday has been, I would say, inconclusive, because when I did it, like it felt fine throughout the pit, but my boss clears were slower. Like the pit bosses or whatever were noticeably slower, and I don't know why. Because if it was still double dipping, it should be a pretty massive difference with the buff to the ring. Like it shouldn't even be close to a regular ring, honestly. That's why I was kind of like pulled back on what's going on with Pit Fighter's goal right now in precision builds. So I haven't really made any moves regarding Pit Fighters and Reign of Arrows until I get a better understanding of what's going on. Because I don't want to make the change and then come to find out that they fixed the double dipping, still fixed it and didn't say anything about it, and then I have to go back in the guide and fix it again. So that's kind of why I'm holding off a little bit on that, because through my testing, honestly, the regular ring felt better. I don't know why, but it did. But I'm gonna go back and try it again some more times just to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I'm gonna make sure I'm thorough, of course. Developer gifts on the other hand. What up, Clevo? Is there a guide for this build? Yes. Exclamation mark build. This is the build I think I've played the most this season. I'll stay with what I have anyway. I'm not saying don't farm for a Pit Fighter's goal, but I'm just saying. So what's my bow? Sky Hunter. So yeah, so Shamish, let's talk about the glyphs real quick. Because I do need to update the Paragon board a little bit on Maxroll. I have versions, like different Paragon board versions, but I haven't put the better version as the main version on the thing. But in the planner, there are different versions of that Paragon board now that I have not done on. So here are the glyphs I use right now: versatility, headhunter, combat, devious. That can be something else, but I kind of like devious there, and control. Okay, there's a reason why I feel like these are the strongest. Like these are the 5 strongest glyphs, and the reason why I say that is headhunter is you get 10% multiplicative for the legendary bonus, and then it's a dex glyph. That's the thing that people have to understand too. It's a dex glyph. So anytime that you have a dex glyph, you're going to automatically shoot for more dex. Like, you know, you're going to just go for dex to, you know, power the dex glyph, which dex scales way better than, like, let's say, you know, obviously intel or strength or whatever like that. So if you can get dex glyphs, you're going to want to do that. Plus, not only that, but every dex is basically doubled once you have a full headhunter glyph. So headhunter is a very good glyph to have. Versatility, obviously one of the best, because for one, you can grab your crit knows, right? And then of course the 25% multiplier and then the 10% multiplier makes it the second best glyph you can have on this build. And then of course you got combat, which self-explanatory, sure. Devious. The reason why I took Devious here is obviously you have a 10% buff, but you also have a 14.2% buff from the legendary bonus. It is required you do crowd control them, so it's not unconditional, unfortunately. But it does also give you a pretty okay buff for your ultimate damage here. Not that you need it by any means, but I mean, if you can get it for free and a really good glyph, you might as well. And it's a dex glyph, right? So you need dex to be able to get the bonus. So dex is always better than anything else. So any like strength or intel. And down here, control. As much as I don't like control, it is very difficult to not have control in almost every rogue build. Just the multiplicative value of the additional bonus when they're frozen is just massive. Same thing with the crowd control, increased damage crowd control. Like that's massive. This is the only non-dex glyph that isn't required by precision like combat that I take, because control is just that strong. Now there are honorable mentions in this build. Honorable mentions is Canny, right? Canny is also good, right? But it's 10% and 10%, right? It's the same value as Headhunter, but you have to take intelligence to power the glyph, whereas I can take dex to power this glyph and get more dex value. So I could go Canny instead of this, but that's less damage. I could go Canny instead of control, but same thing. It's intel glyph. They're both intel glyphs, but control definitely has a better multiplier. Now control is conditional, whereas Canny is unconditional. So like, let's say for a boss, if you're doing a longer boss fight, technically speaking, Canny could technically be a teeny bit better on like an 8-minute boss fight. But outside of that, control just kind of spanks it for all other intents and purposes. So Canny is an option, but I don't see Canny beating any of these other glyphs, even though it is a good glyph. Then you got fluidity. Like fluidity is also another good glyph, right? This you can actually kind of trade out with Devious, kind of, and use this as a non-unconditional glyph per se. So you can go fluidity instead of Devious. So if you want to do unconditional, that's fine. And also fluidity is a dex glyph. So this is probably like the glyph that probably has the most trade value or trade-in value for this build out of any of the other ones. So if you want more unconditional damage, actually fluidity instead of Devious would be the play. And it's a direct swap. Yeah, fluidity was in my initial planner. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so fluidity and Devious are really close. When they're crowd controlled, Devious is slightly better. When they're not crowd controlled, fluidity is better. So this is basically a personal pick. You kind of just pick from there. But you see what I mean? So like those are your 7 glyphs. The other glyphs aren't, in my opinion, are not good enough to make the cut here. But you can choose from any of those 7. Does that make sense? What about cheap shot board? Yeah, you can do cheap shot board if you wanted to. Cheap shot board. You have to kind of make a sacrifice, obviously, somewhere. I have exploit weakness here, but I sometimes like doing cheap shot board. But the reason why I typically don't go cheap shot board on my main random rail setup though, is because I'm never really around the target to get the legendary bonus. Like, at least with the way I play. Like, I cast random arrows, I move on. So I cast like a few casts and then move on. So the targets that are dying in the background are not getting the cheap shot bonus because I'm not there around them. So when I'm speed farming, cheap shot does very little for me unless I'm fighting a pit boss. Then it's, well, is good when it's staggered, obviously. So cheap shot for me as a player holds very little value, even though it's a good legendary node. It means I have to stick around and wait for the waves to hit them while I'm there and close to them to get the cheap shot bonus. That's the reason why I personally don't build around cheap shot on Run of Arrows. But if you're pushing, like if you're doing like high tier pushing or Giga Omega pushing or whatever, then cheap shot makes a lot of sense because you are standing there or sitting there, or whatever. Can I do a version with cheap shot? I already did. If you do exclamation mark build and you look at the planner, yeah, if you go straight to the planner itself, from the website builder like that, if you look at the Paragon tab or you look at the Paragon drop down, there's all your Paragon stuff, and then there's experimental boards. In fact, I'll probably show it on stream, because why not? Let's see, capture. I'm about to figure out some way to do this faster than when I'm doing it. There we go. All right, so let's go to Reign of Arrows here. All right, so let's go to Paragon. So you see how I have the Paragon here where it says Glyph 100 end game. So this is like the regular unchanged boards that I haven't done in like a while, that I will be making an update pretty soon too. Oh, whoops, let's go to mythic version. There we go. Mythic version, here it is. Sorry. All right. So if you look here, I have the Glyphs of 15, Glyphs of 46, Glyph at 100 in game, Glyphs all points, experiment. The experiment board is actually what I'm using right now, like legit to the T. This is what I'm actually playing with right now. Then you have the cheap shot bug board, which has cheap shot involved. So, yeah. So I did add those two, or two experimental boards or whatever that you can play with if you would like to. The cheap shot board is probably like, this is probably your best bet if you're trying to do like some really high pushing or whatever. Sorry. But yeah, so that's that. So chances are when I do update Reign of Arrows, because I do want to at least have an update so people think it's like, oh, you should update Reign of Arrows, even if it is almost next to nothing, that's probably going to change. I do want to at least do this board as like the main board probably. So the experiment board is probably going to be the main board versus the one with Tricks to the Trade. So dropping Tricks to the Trade basically for exploit weakness. It's pretty much it. Which is honestly isn't really a big difference in damage. It's probably it's very similar. It makes it easier for you to cap your resistances and armor and stuff like that. Do you know about 6-wave in front of hordes being useful? I mean, if you're just trying to get rawhide and iron chunks or whatever quickly, as well as a little bit of like, masterwork and mats, then yeah. Because then you get a little bit of both. Since that chest doesn't really affect, how many waves you do or what your aether count is, whereas a 10 wave does for the masterwork and materials. All right, getting back into the game, and we're gonna, I guess, There's some Victimize finally. Can't seem to get past 99. Oh, you'll get it. What build are you playing, Ani girl? Onigiri? Not girl. Giri? Onigiri? Sorry. Random arrows? Oh, okay. Well, it's just the pit boss then. As soon as you get a pit boss with like a decent pit boss with minions, you'll be fine. It's just without minions is what makes it tough. Not really hiring this guy with the overpower build, just 3-4x damage on it for a couple of days. Actually, wait a minute. No, we're good. We're good. Okay. It's been a while since I played any Victimized setup, so I gotta strip my I'm gonna say my entire character, but I gotta make new items. Alright, let's see what I got first before I say I need new stuff. Alright, so here's my Shard of Varathiel. Okay. I just realized I might not even have a weapon for this. Oh man, this might not be good. Hold on. I'm sure I have a crossbow but vulnerable, right? I'm sure I do. So I do. Alright, so we a master word that. I was going to say, I'm like, I know I got a crossbow vulnerable on it. So that's those two. What does my victimized rings look like? Because I think I did keep those and didn't change those. Although I did roll damage per Dark Shroud on a few of them. Some testing. Alright, so here's the one. Here's the offering. And then here's the amulet. I'll trade out for the other Fist of Fate for the lucky hit. Alright, regular boots. I don't know if that was it. I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of what I did. Guess it'll just come back to me as I'm playing. I think this probably can be reused, I'm sure. Definitely we need to change out the runes. Let's go ahead and do this. And then this, and this. So put that there. It's a Reddit post. Okay. Post mega amounts of math and runs with and spreadsheets. Oh, okay, cool. Second comment breaks down the simple logic of it. 6 wave equals GE items. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. 8 wave equals XP and masswork materials, and 10 wave equals more party fun, stack hellborns, min-max fun. However, this results in the worst outcomes. So 6 wave in front of hordes result in best ways to farm G items. Yeah, that makes sense. And 8 wave is for the master. Yeah, okay, I can see that. That does, I can see that. Definitely the 6 waves for like the GA items because you get to do it more, right? And 10 waves won't get you more GA items than a 6 wave will. So a 6 wave will be faster in that context. So no, that makes sense. But what about my new amulet? So I don't know what build I'm gonna play with that new amulet. You see what I'm saying? So like I don't know if I want to use that new amulet on a victimized build or do I want to use it on a precision build, like a non-Renovaros precision build. So I don't know. Like that's an amulet that is like if I'm gonna play another build a lot, which one am I gonna do before? Because like I can't use that amulet for both for both key passives. You see what I'm saying? So I want to figure out which build that I think I'm probably going to play more often outside of Renovaros and then build that amulet for that. Well, this is a non-ancient one, so it's good enough if that makes sense. Like it works. What's my thoughts on stash tabs? You think we need 10 more stash tabs? I agree, actually. What amulet is it? It's just a regular non-ancient one, but it's got the right stats on it, but it's like non-ancient. So frigid finesse, malice, dex percent. But it's non-ancient, of course. All right, so tempering. What we need to do? Vulnerable damage here, and Heartseeker projectiles. 51%. Oof. I guess that doesn't matter. I'll just roll it on here anyways. Vulnerable damage. Okay, this is a good roll. I can also probably turn this into a different weapon later on too for something different because my temper is rolled really like quickly. So that's good. All right. Heartseeker again. I don't think there should be a stash tab limit. I think it's honestly with the way that they design the game in terms of how stash tabs loads makes it impossible for them to like do a bunch of tabs without completely like lagging everybody. The big question is why would they design their coding to do that is probably the biggest question I have. Or whose choice was it, or whose idea was it to keep it that way is the real question. But I don't think it's because the devs don't want to give us more stash tabs. I think it's more so of like with the way that it's coded, I don't think that they really just kind of just can. And I wonder if they just kind of went with the way that it was in Diablo 3 with stash tabs, the way that it loads to save money. So maybe that was a higher up manager position of some sort that the devs are probably just as frustrated with. So something like that, I think, in my opinion, is probably what happened. Because if you notice, they don't talk about the stash tabs at all whatsoever. Like they try to avoid it. But I mean, they whether or not we believe that they play this game, they actually do play the game, and they probably want stash tabs just as much as we do. So that leads me to believe it's a higher up decision that's preventing easier and more access to stash tabs. Pee-wee figured out stash tabs like 5 years ago. Yeah, but like if your code, like if you build the game, if you built your game in a specific way for it to like for you to, I don't really know how to really explain it, but the infrastructure of how stash tabs are loaded into the game is built on the base of the game itself, right? Like if you notice, Last Epoch doesn't have that problem. Path of Exile doesn't have that problem, but the way that the underlining thing was built is what's causing the problem. Now, like I said, the biggest question is why did they go with the same route they did in Diablo 3 with a very inefficient way to load stash tabs? That's the biggest question. And the answer, I think, in my opinion, is probably because cost-saving methods from the top down. Because, Blizzard is, owned by a, much bigger company. And at the time, it was Activision Blizzard, and Activision, for the most part, called most of the shots. So take what you will from that. But it sucks. Don't get me wrong. It sucks. I agree with everyone here. It sucks that it's that way. But I'm just going to say that I'm going to go out and say I seriously doubt that it's the devs that don't want to give you, more stash tabs. If they play the game, how come they have such a fundamental lack of knowledge on how to fix things, throwing numbers, that stuff is not the fix at all? To be honest with you, I'm gonna say this too as well. After meeting the devs in person like multiple times, people like Adam Jackson and them and them absolutely know what they're talking about and know what they're doing. Whether or not we see the results of that sometimes is obviously questionable, but you also got to remember there's a lot of red tape when you're a part of a much bigger company. So like the changes they may or may not want to make, it's not necessarily 100% on the developer's hands. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that like they don't make any mistakes or anything. Obviously they're human. They do make mistakes. But I think that I feel like they shouldn't get all the blame for some of the outrageous decisions that are being made in this game. Sometimes you have to just follow what your boss tells you to do. Whether you agree with it or not. Because money and investors and all that stuff. So you know what I mean? So when some things make zero sense, like when some things make like absolutely zero sense, it's probably not the devs' choice to do said thing. Now, if it's like a bug but it's underwhelming, then you could probably go, okay, the devs probably should have, up the number a bit more or spend more time doing whatever. That's a different thing. But if there's like a completely oddball choice of things, it's safe to assume that it's probably more hands above them that has more to do with that. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that the devs are free of blame. I'm just saying that like certain decisions, like let's say the removal of Gauntlet or hell, stash tabs is a great example, right? That's not the devs. The devs asked on Twitter. The devs did not ask on Twitter if they want to debuff the class. Rob Ferguson is not a dev. He is not a dev. So that is an incorrect statement, sir. Rob is a GM who has nothing to do with the development process of the game. He makes big decisions, don't get me wrong, because he's a GM, but he doesn't do any developing. So yeah, you can blame him if you want. You can blame Rod if you want for that, for sure. But he's not. But in this context, he's not a dev. So you're blaming someone who's not a dev, which is fine because Rod does make big decisions that is above the devs and those kind of things. But he's management. You can totally blame management. You can totally blame management sometimes, right? So what up, Peachy? Always been a manager, not the worker. Like I said, I do want to make it clear that the devs are not free of blame. I'm not saying devs all devs are always in the right all the time. I just think that I would say a number of decisions involving the game that would make you scratch your head are oftentimes not the devs. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's not just with Blizzard. That's with any company that's as big or bigger than like Blizzard. I still think Diablo 4 is pretty good. I think the expansion is okay. The expansion is okay. The season is very underwhelming. Sure. That was definitely tacked on, and it was kind of like, all right, well, we do all this work trying to get the whatchamacallit to happen. Here's a little, teeny bit of a something for you to chew on until whatever. So I feel like the theme was very underwhelming. Spiritborn, obviously, it was a problem. Obviously. They definitely dropped the ball in terms of the bugs and stuff like that. When it comes to the Spiritborn, I don't know what happened. Here's what I will say. As someone who has played Spiritborn earlier than most players have, probably, I think the first group to play it before the second group played it, which was Woody and Rax and them. I can tell you this much. At least, I think I can share this information. I'm not sure. I think I can. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna say this. Spiritborn has undergone a lot of different design changes in general. Like, obviously the Spiritborn wasn't what it is now, but like it went through various changes throughout its development. So my thing is, as upset as I get about bugs and of course the numerous bugs Spiritborn has, right? Part of me wonders how much time did they spend trying to redesign to get it just right and not having enough time to bug fix or bug test before release. That's my that's my thought. My thought is, I think they just didn't, after like trying to tailor in or zone in and make sure the class was fun, I just don't think that they really got to the point where they had enough time to really like debug all the stuff on the Spiritborn. Which obviously at that point that probably has something to do with the devs too as well, because it's like, well, if you were able to get a design laid out and was happy with it earlier on, you would have more time to bug test stuff and there'd be less bugs in the game. So there is fault there, obviously, with that. Then again, at the same time, it could have been management that wasn't happy with the design of Spiritborn. So maybe they had to redesign it over and over and over again because management was like, okay, no, we don't like this. Okay, no, we don't like this. Okay, we don't like this. And so you put it on a timeline to where you just didn't have time to debug. So that's what I think happened. As frustrating as that might be. The other that players found out fast, and that makes me wonder how they found out. To be honest with you, I think actually Blizzard knew. It's hard to not know that a lot of those things were bugged. Maybe some of them they probably didn't know, but I'm pretty sure there was some that they did know that they just couldn't get to. Why stay silent about it or why not deactivate it might have just honestly been upper management, where it's like, oh, well, it's fine. Spiritborn's new class. It helps sell the expansion. Just leave it as it is. So to me, you should not release a product that is bugged. You're required to pay for it. It should be more polished. I agree, but investors don't care about that because bug fixing doesn't make the company money. So while the devs might want to do more bug fixing or internally want to do more fixing of the game, if it doesn't equate to dollar signs, they may not get the approval to do so. All right. With that being said, I fucking hate how much sense you're making. Oh man. He said that is right there. Investors kill Blizzard. Well, the thing is like, because you remember how like you know how we talk about the golden days of gaming, like way back when, right? We used to always talk about, you know, oh man, Blizzard was so much fun. You know, they made such great games back in the day, and you know, but back in the day, like people or you know, there wasn't such a big push to try to make money out of the gaming industry at the time. So like investors didn't have control over the smaller companies like Blizzard that used to be small. So they were able to spend as much money as they wanted to, as long as they had the money to do so. And they can sit there. Because remember, Blizzard used to have, because remember like Blizzard's model used to be soon. Because people used to always get pissed off when Blizzard kept saying, you know, or would delay a game or would just spend so much time to release a game. You remember? And we'd just be like, man, bro, release the game now, man. Come on, release it, whatever like that. And then Blizzard would just go soon. That's how we got the soon TM trademark for Blizzard, right? Because that's what they used to say. They refused to release a game that wasn't ready. And it paid off. Right? It paid off back in the day. It really paid off. But they could do that because they didn't have the overhead pushing them to release or, you know, change a product that they wasn't happy with. But now, obviously, with Activision Blizzard at that time, when that rolled over, when Activision, you know, merger or whatever like that, all of that changed. They got a new financial head person, and that person like specifically said that Blizzard was spending way too much money. She legit said that Blizzard was wasting a bunch of money, and that she was going to cut costs and cut back. And that was one of the first things that happened when they merged. Yep. So the way Blizzard used to do things, Activision was not happy about. So yeah. It says Activision pretty much had a bigger stake in the merger that really screwed Blizzard. All right, what else do I need for this build? I'm doing a lot of talking and not building. Do this here. So I'm just missing cold clip and that's it, right? This is also retribution, right? Yeah, I'm missing retribution as well. Changes game to just chatting. Back in the day, Blizzard didn't release something until they were ready. Yep. And they did not care what the player base thought because they knew that it was going to be a banger of a game and people were going to buy the game anyways. So they didn't mind making you wait like a decade for a game. And we hated it. As gamers, we hated it, but we loved the product. We loved the finished product because it was always good. Right? It was like when Boeing merged with McConnell Douglas and all of a sudden started making shitty planes somehow. Yeah. Cost cutting. Wait, I already have retribution already. Wait, so what am I missing? I honestly don't remember. Hold on. Has it been this long since I played this build? Was it Moonrise for the attack speed? I think it was Moonrise for the attack speed. pretty sure it was. Okay. Technically speaking, I could go Pitfire this goal if I wanted to. But I'm not gonna do that. That model still works, GTA. Piss off and wait until it's ready. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you come up with a better product, but again, you know, investors are trying, like, they're you got your earnings call. You gotta like you gotta meet a certain projection, you know, a certain amount of profit margin for the fiscal year or whatever, and it has to happen at a certain time. So like sometimes games are are released to be able to meet that window and not necessarily because the games are ready. Cyberpunk is a great example of that. Like a really good example, a really good and recent example of that. Vulnerable. Okay, cool. Max life. Oof. How much do I want to invest in this? There we go. I did not peach it. I wish the dev staff streamed their play. I mean, I don't think that would be a good idea. Not because I don't think they can play the game, but imagine what the chat would be like. Like maybe they stream it, but like remove chat or something. Like have no chat at all. I can't imagine like they would be harassed to hell. I'm telling you, man. I honestly wouldn't want that for the devs. Why move rounds over intercom? Isn't Director given enough attack speed for cap too? So with Moonrise, you're still not capped, or not like cap, or you're close to cap but not capped. However, intercom, I move too much for intercom. Like I never stand still. Standing still is like for speed farming is a DPS loss or efficiency loss. That's why. Now, if you stand still, then sure you can do intercom, but I definitely don't stand still ever. How much do I really want to invest in this? We'll go for it. Whatever. There we go. Okay, cool. PoE2 might kill D4. PoE2 doesn't flub. I don't think so. The audience is different. Don't get me wrong. D4 would definitely lose. Would definitely like a bit of their player base will be hurting. Don't get me wrong. Initially, just as any new game or product that comes out in your genre, just like what happened with Last Epoch, like a lot of people flopped to that. As you notice, no one really talks about Last Epoch anymore, but that's the different story. Path of Exile has a much bigger brand, right? But what I will say is, if anything, that will push Blizzard to actually do better with their product. And what I mean by Blizzard, I mean upper management, not necessarily the devs per se, but the upper management. Because the moment that anything disrupts the dollar signs, anything that disrupts the dollar signs is going to give more green light for the devs and the people at the bottom, I guess you could say, to do more stuff. Right now, they don't have. Right now, in terms of like pouring money into the game to do more for the game, there isn't really much of a reason for Blizzard to do that as of right now in terms of from the top down. That probably sucks to say that, but I'm like straight up serious. So if once Path of Exile 2 comes out, like actually comes out, like mid next year, and it's chipping away at the investors' money, oh, you best believe you'll see more coming from Diablo 4. And that's a good thing because you want competition in the sense of you want competition because then the game that you play becomes better. So like if Path of Exile 2 is really good, then that's going to push Blizzard to do more with Diablo 4, which means that it's a win for Diablo 4 players if Path of Exile is really good, and also vice versa, right? If D4 is really good, and let's say Path of Exile 2 wasn't pulling as many people as they thought it was going to, then that pushes GGG harder to have a better product, meaning Path of Exile players are going to win, and that or are going to eat well. So regardless of how you look at it, you want both games to do well because then that means that both games are going to try to outdo each other, which means that the audience, like us, the customers, win. We win when there's good competition. We lose if it's bad competition, right? Good example of this is what? You remember Intel and AMD? Remember that way back in the day? The CPUs, whatever. Remember when Intel was re-releasing garbage? The 3 series, the 4 series, the 5 series, just re-releasing the same garbage because AMD wasn't a competitor. So Intel would charge top prices without adding any new features or anything, or barely anything better than what they had before, right? And then all of a sudden AMD was like, well, screw this, we're going to come out with Ryzen, right? And then they came out with Ryzen, and then guess what happened to Intel? All of a sudden, now they have to play catch up, right? Now they have to play catch up, and it's too late because AMD, because they didn't think AMD was going to be able to take that big of that big portion of the pie, but it forced Intel to finally have to innovate a little bit, and guess who wins? We do, because now we have choices. Like, oh, well, I used to be Intel, but man, this AMD Ryzen processor looking pretty good right now, right? And that's hurting Intel's pockets. So now they had to do something. See what I'm saying? So honestly, that's what you want from Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4. You want that. Because then we win. Because then I get to be picky. It's like, oh, I don't know, man. Oh, man. I was going to play some D4, but man, this Path of Exile 2's, I don't know, that bow transmog. I don't know, man. That bow transmog looking kind of fresh in PoE 2, though. I think I'm going to go spend my money over here. Investors don't want that. Investors do not like that. So that's good for us. Good for us. So even as a Diablo 4 player, I want Path of Exile to, whether I play it or not, whether I actually do end up playing it long term or not, I want it to succeed because that's going to make for a better Diablo 4 product at the end of the day. Naturally. I get you, but PoE devs not releasing garbage though. They've had their share of hiccups sometimes. It's rare, but they've had their share of hiccups. You don't remember the great fallout of, I forgot the name of that league, where basically everybody turned on Chris Wilson for like a whole league because he decided that he wanted to change the game the way that he kind of wanted it to be. So he made a lot of changes to the game, and people were pissed. You remember that? And content creators like, oh, I'm gonna quit PoE now, and PoE was the game for me, but now it's going the wrong direction over one league. And I really thought that like I said, so yeah, it's crazy because PoE has been doing right by the player base 95% of the time. He comes out with one league that people didn't like, and all of a sudden everyone wanted to turn on him. Like, that's how volatile the player base is. And I was just kind of like, bro, why are you so mad at him? It's one league that you don't like, and all of a sudden everybody's pissed. Like, remember that? So like, yeah, like everybody was pissed. So there will be times where people make mistakes according to the player base. I didn't think it was that bad, but I don't play Pee-wee like that, so I don't know. But it was like, yeah. So it wasn't the league, yeah, but it was released with the league. Is kind of what I meant. So like that, those changes came with the league start to the base game changes, just like, you know, Diablo does seasons, but also has base game changes too every season. You haven't spent money on the game since yet? Really? Like, it was like one league? Oh, sorry, it was one thing. Okay, I mean, it's fair. It's your money, right? That's fair. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is GGG will piss off people, not on purpose, but they will make decisions that players won't like. It's just natural. Helldivers has happened when they were like on the godly top. Like, no company, whatever, is going to 100% with their player base and make all the decisions that makes everyone happy all the time. It's just never. It's impossible. Now, some companies do it better than others, obviously. Obviously. But to sit there and say that one company will never do anything wrong is completely like is wild. I'll put it that way. Who would want to work under those constraints? Well, I mean, he's built that reputation, so I mean, he's got to be perfect, or else this is apparently the whole player base would turn on him if he's not anything but perfect, which is a very dangerous position to be in. Like, that's gotta suck. Imagine being great for like 7 years, and then like you have like a bad month or whatever, and then like your entire play base just turns on you. Like, that's just the craziest thing. And like GGG is like one of the best companies who actually listen to their player base. So I don't even know how like that's even like a thing. Like, why hate on the dude? Because he did one thing you didn't like. Out of 7 years, one thing you didn't like, all of a sudden he's like the worst guy in the world for that time frame. That's gotta suck though. That's gotta suck to be in that situation. See, with Blizzard, it's kind of like we kind of expect things to kind of not go right every season. We expect exploits and bugs and whatever, so we're not surprised. We don't get as mad. I mean, we get upset. Don't get me wrong. We get frustrated, but we don't get that mad because it's almost like we expect it. But PoE, nah, man. Anything but near perfect, man. And like they're quick to send you to the stakes, man. They're quick to crucify you, man. I forgot where I was going with this build here, or what I was trying to do. I gotta pull up my planner. All right, sorry, I'm kind of making you guys wait by not paying attention. All right, so I guess we'll keep Kyler nameless. I guess we'll keep that too. Also like Monty. Monty's good. what was the second rune I was using? Was it Dark Shroud? Yeah, I think it was Dark Shroud. I guess question is, do I want to do Dark Shroud this time around? I do, because there are no other runes that are decent enough. Maybe a pull rune might be good to have, maybe. I don't know. We'll experiment. For now, we'll throw Dark Shroud. So where's Watt? Not Watt. Mott. If really, these runes. Vex. Okay. I think I got most of the stuff I need on gear. I think. Barrier. Golden unit. I really want to do whatchamacallit, but that's not gonna work. These two here. My armor is red. I gotta change my entire Paragon board. Skill tree. No weapon mastery. Wait, why is this already why can't I 'cause I didn't do this. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, why can't I click on this? So weird. Smoke grenade. Scale all this out. There we go. Alright, why do I have so many points left? Oh, Dark Shroud. Hmm. Um. Yeah, I'll just build it as I normally have it, and then I kind of. Oh, whoops! No, not that. I'll build it like I normally have it, and then I'll come back and figure out what I might be missing. Actually, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, so I'll build it how I normally have it, and then I'll make adjustments later. Okay, Heartseeker. That'll be a minute. Okay, so it's a skill tree. Paragon board. Roll, exploit weakness. shot, no witness. I just bound it. Yeah, so none of that changes. I do have to refund all that. I'd rather play Pokemon. This is all points. Okay, so we do the game one. I feel like I'm being too quiet now. I've been talking a lot, and like I'm just like listening to the song because it's like one of my favorite Outcasts. One of my favorite Outcast songs. You said about Outcast breaking up. I mean that happened like a long time ago. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I Outkast was my favorite group of all time. Had every album, almost knew almost all the lyrics here to all their songs. Back when like lyrics were like written on like inside of a CD cover or whatever, you know, way back then. Devious, but I didn't really like discover Outkast until like Equimini hit. I really didn't know anything about any Outkast until Equimini, and then when I got that CD, I mean, I basically just like listened to that like legit every day for months, like at least half a year, every day. I came home from school, and then that's when I went back to listen to their other catalogs, right? Like AT Aliens and Southern Playalistic. I was like, well, how did I not know about this? What was I? How was I deprived of this for so long? Double album, what's your favorite? The Love Below and Speaker Box. I thought it was a pretty clever project to do it that way. See, exploit glyph. You know that the concept of dungeon family was an actual place? Mm-hmm. I didn't. I mean, it. I didn't know about it then. I knew about it like way after. Way after they broke up or whatnot, but yeah, I didn't know about it then. Andre went to high school with your older sister, like for real? What? So what do you know? I mean, you got any got any info? Any information? I'm just saying. You know, the down low, you know, yeah. He was a banner. So basically me. All right, cool. We got that in common. What did he play in band? But I mean, I could see that. Honestly, he didn't really seem to be like too much care about what other people think of them. Which, generally speaking, if you're doing mic band, you generally have to not care about what people think of of you. Speaking from experience, obviously, lots and lots and lots of experience in that area. Trumpet. I started with trumpet. My sister was prom queen. I got all the juice. What? So like, were you like was she like the cooler older sister that kind of let you hang around? Like her friends were like that? While, you know, her being popular or whatever, like, or were you kind of like shunned out? It's kind of funny because like my brother right now isn't on the stream right now. Well, he might be listening. Sometimes he pops in, but like my older brother was like quite a bit different in that aspect. Like I could not hang around with his friends at all. It was did not like that whatsoever. He was definitely kind of more of a, I want to say selfish individual. So selfish is probably the better way to put it. Our relationship is like way better now, but like it wasn't really like great growing up in that sense. But as we got older, obviously that I say not obviously, but that, you know, for the most part tiered away. But yeah, it was definitely like, you know, I'm on my own unless it's gaming. Like if we game together, it's like a whole different story. Like, you know, like when it came to video games or whatnot, and there was ever like a team game or whatever, like me and my brother would wipe the floor with everyone in like in our neighborhood or area or whatever. Like it wasn't even close. So when it came to gaming, we were, you know, we were tight, but but tempering shadow damage on your offhand trigger and mixed imbuement. Yes. No, you mean shadow damage? No, it won't. No. Nope. Because that's an imbuement. So shadow damage is not the imbuement itself, so no. I tested Victimized after the buffs. I tested the mechanic, not any builds, but the mechanic itself. So I could tell you all about how the new Victimized mechanic works. Not new mechanic, but basically what the ICD is now versus what it was. So now I'm gonna actually make or do builds around it. At least that's what this stream is for. Take your brother with you syndrome. Oh man. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna nudge him for you. No, that's good. Like I said, me and my brother are cool. We're cool now. We're 7 years apart. Okay, I got you. Me and my older brother, he's we're like 3.5 years apart. A little over 3.5. Everybody got a crash since he won't see it. Say it. You guys need to follow Doxa. He's a top tier streamer. I appreciate the compliment. But foremost, I'm glad you enjoyed the content. I think that's probably the important thing. You know, I might not have the popularity, but it's like, you know, I think I used to talk about this way back. I'm like that corner bar that you didn't know about, that you were pumping gas one day, right? And then you heard some like pretty cool music, nostalgia, you know, music or whatever. He's like, yo, you know, that hits you in the childhood feels. So while you're pumping gas, you walk across the street, or you walk across to like the little section of the bar or whatever, and then you go in. He's like, yo, okay, all right, these vibes are actually quite chill. Okay, I can dig this, right? I don't have any advertisement signs or anything, so you wouldn't have found the bar had you not like stumbled, you know, upon it at like a random gas station, right? Or whatever. But once you're here, you're here. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, hey, you know, I'm kind of glad I found this place. It's not a big place. It doesn't really, you know, have all the, you know, bells and whistles per se, but it's cozy. You know what I mean? It's cozy. You know, the people who come in also at the bar are also generally pretty nice people too as well. So like, you could tell the bar is ran with the philosophy in mind, right? You know, that's kind of how I like to see my stream ish. All right, I think I got all the important points here. It's a guy probably start taking decks though now. Yeah, that's actually an amazing analogy. Thanks. I got your docs. Let me know. I'll release some magic. The buster overall gets underwhelming. A teen didn't want an elementary school, elementary kid around, you know. I would think that like, I think like an older sister would be more keen to allow their younger brother to kind of hang with them, because then you can kind of like use that to, I won't say use that to your advantage, but like, you know, especially if you're like that much younger, you know, everyone's like, oh, is that your cute little brother? Is that your little brother or whatever? You know, it's like, oh, isn't he so adorable? Like, so like her like girlfriends or whatever would actually like kind of like that sort of thing or whatever. But like, I feel like when you use like brother to brother or like that, it's like kind of a whole different story. Like, you don't, like, I can't really be used in that sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so I'm just naturally just an annoyance because I'm younger, right? So it's just like, you know, what do you do? What kind of music do I do? Yes, because you're a producer. So like, as where is he at? As Nikki said, for the most part, I mean, I most of my stuff is like instrumental, like band related. So think of like a teacher at a high school, basically, if that kind of makes sense. So like, I don't do my own like studio producing or anything like that of music. I mean, I could. I have the background to like do stuff like that, but I never got into that, if that makes sense, because that's not what I really went to school for. And then it's a world that I understand, but would take a lot of time to try to get into, try to make the switch over. But yeah, but I do a lot of composing and arranging for the groups that I teach to as well. So, AKA, let's say it's marching band season of some sort. No, I'm writing the drum lines, music, or whatever. I'm gonna say from scratch, but basically I'm arranging drumline music to whatever the tunes that they choose for the show. I actually used to do that for multiple high schools. And the reason I just kind of just only did it at the school that I worked for. But I'm into all kinds of music though. If you listen to the playlist, I have a little bit of everything. Obviously, probably like 90s hip hop is probably the bigger part of the playlist, but there's K-pop, there's country, there's Latin American music. You got reggae. There's even some like Pakistani music. There's Indian music. There's a little bit of, like literally I have a little bit of everything in this playlist. I got everything. Exploit DBS. Cool. You could do something for intro of your videos or background music. Okay. I guess since you've been here long enough to kind of know what the vibe is, you probably can get an idea of something I would like chill during the videos or doing a video. Is it Unuf? Ununuf? Is that how you say it? How does it work? So basically, the internal cooldown of Victimize used to be 0.5 seconds. So every half second it will proc. They changed it to is every 0.25 seconds now. So it will proc 4 times a second instead of 2 times a second, which does make the skill feel considerably better than it did. So I'll kind of say about that. The actual buff to it though isn't really much worth much at all. Like the 120 to 150 is like it's like pretty small. Okay, so I think we actually finally got the build up. Let's make sure my hotkeys where they need to be. Let's go to the training dummy real quick. 90s hip hop, go to era. Yep. My older sister let me around. She's 9 years older. My other sister is 4 years older. Big no. Yeah, I think it's just a normality, like a normal thing. So like me and my brother kind of went through the normal ish type thing, you know, sibling thing, I guess, when it comes to that. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. Again, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Actually, what's my no witness bonus? Didn't even check it. Okay, not bad. And then I need my elixir. Heartseeker rune of arrows. I'm actually on the fence about whether or not I'm gonna keep rune of arrows in this build though. I have my reasons for it, but I'm gonna keep it to myself until I start playing this a bit more. Oh, I'm not even capped. I'm not even capped in either aspect, actually. Huh. Alright, well, I could fix that, actually. Oh, wait. It won't let me. Is it because of the rune? Yep, it is because of the rune. Yeah, so what I have here, is it Ohm? Yeah, because Ohm's here. Okay. So Poc Ohm is here. Which means Monty Watt needs to go here, I think. Yeah. May not have Monty in here. It's probably here. Monty Mott. Some of this. Yeah. Now I can do this. Frostbitten is here. Tap there. Here. Easy peasy. That there. Okay. And need advances elixir. Got 50. Pop one right now. And then actually sure. Let's go ahead and get a quick whisper here. I use random arrows for the knockdown. Well, I do too, but there's also another way to knock down. You can do it through a rune, like a Spiritborn, not the vortex, but there's like an actual knockdown rune. Also, I can use Verana, the Merc, to also do knockdown. So there are other sources of knockdown I can technically do. But random arrows is generally the more convenient, because you can get off cooldown and you basically have control over it, which makes it like very good for a build like this. They're using the bow. I need to feel that has to be a brave point. Relique, what's happening, man? Okay, let's go to. Did I ever try the Parisian Barrage variant? Yeah, I did it yesterday. I haven't made the swap in the planner yet, but it's definitely Windforce over Sky Hunter. It's like maybe like one or two things that would change from what's already in the planner, but nothing like too significant. But yeah, it actually felt good yesterday. I was very surprised for the Windforce portion of it. Also dropped branching volleys, believe it or not. um, which is crazy. I don't know what made me like think about trying that, but it worked out definitely better for single target for sure. Since I had enough AOE. Part of the road is it that most of the bosses so fast after the less than 50%. It's when they're staggered, Dalmar. So when they're not staggered, you do very little damage versus the bosses. When they're staggered, you do a lot of damage versus the bosses. So that's what you notice. I'm gonna do a nice watch. We'll do a Nightmare Dungeon real quick. Speaking of which, I'm so used to having Flurry to dash around or to teleport around. It always feels awkward kind of moving without it. Freaking Rain of Rails and Precision Barrage got me hooked on that. I could remove cow traps for it, but if I prefer one last night running bosses on T4. Which boss was it, by the way? Because some bosses also have ads, minions, and so on rapid fire with precision and trick attacks, if you hit any minions in that fight, then your damage like spikes a ton. Durio? Okay, yeah. So Shao's explosions change feel better or no difference? I actually forgot there was that it did have a change, but it only changes the only changes when it expires. So it has to expire for the slightly extra damage. So if they blow up, if they blow up prematurely, then that damage doesn't count. So and content like this, then you're not gonna notice a difference. I gotta go the whole other way. But I do like the fact that it is 0.25 internal cooldown now. it does make like speed farming or actual farming like feel considerably better. Because at my attack speed is basically proccing almost every time, or nearly almost every time with the amount of lucky hit I have. Close to. In terms of the main arrow, that is. How I shoot like that? Is it only possible on mouse and keyboard? No, you can do it on a controller. In fact, it's actually easier to do on a controller. I don't know. I picked up the Conduit Shrine. It's still pretty bad. Yeah, basically you just kind of hold down Heartseeker or whatever with the button on the controller, and then you should be able to just move with the joystick. I believe. So controller has it easier in this aspect, although you can make it easy on the PC. Okay. All right, let's do a Helltide. Not Helltide. Chrono Horde, and then I'm gonna do Nightmare Dungeons. We'll do a 6-wave. Okay, so Inferno Horrors definitely feels better with the new ICD. Like I can actually get some AOE. Sort of where I want it, kind of. I wonder how the backloading damage actually works, or like does it work the same way in a sense, or like how does that work now? With the new ICD. That's something I'm probably gonna have to like look with the video editor to like try to do. You any change to the build? No, I'm playing it exactly how I built it before, and then I might make some adjustments as I continue. But I wanted to play it the way that I remember playing it about a month ago. First. Trying to think of what else other ring I can possibly use other than Starlit Skies. Because I want to be able to actually cast my ultimate more often, but it's kind of hard. I could do it if I didn't need to try to do Call the Nameless right now. Why Shadow Imbuement? More damage. But since you're playing hardcore, if you want Unstoppable, yeah, you can do Shadow Step if you want. It's only like 12% more damage, so it's not like a huge amount that you'll be missing. So if you want to drop that, you can. Okay, I don't like Pac for War Cries. I'm gonna pick something else. Actually, do I have anything else in my? So I know there's a good rune I really want to use, but it's just part of my stash. I'm on council. I can only move if you stop holding Heartseeker shoot button. I know there's a way to do it. I don't know what the settings are, but I know there's a way to do it. I don't remember what it. I did it before on a controller some time ago. I know like controller players do it all the time, like the move and scoot thing. Here we go. Sure you tried it, but was shared misery and creeping not decent damage. Like for this build, you don't really poison anything here. But shared misery, because you have Fist of Fate, I mean, you proc so much crowd control that shared misery doesn't really doesn't have as much value as it used to. Like back in season 4. Before the Fist of Fate buff. I kind of miss Share Misery. It was actually really freaking good in season 4. And previous seasons. Yeah, I gotta find a way to get rid of Starless Skies. Some way. I really feel like I just cannot cast my ultimate enough to where it feels good to use. It has everything to do with Starless Skies. Literally. So I mean, I guess there's Pit Fighter's Gall, but I don't really want to. It feels great for speed farming. At least the Victimized change. The ICD change or whatever feels great. But I want to find a way to get rid of Starless Skies in some way. Some capacity. Kind of hard though, because this got like all the stats on here are actually like really good. Except for the core skills. This is Inferno Horde. Favorite part of the game, pretty much. Or it used to be. Kind of still is. I don't do it as much though. Yeah, so you know what I could do though, actually? I have a way to get another multiplier on there pretty easily. I just thought about it. What if I did and then drop Starless Skies? I can do Frostbitten on an amulet. You can do concussive strikes on the pants. Then move Retribution down to the other ring. You can't locate my Precision Barrage Road. Do exclamation mark builds, and it should be the next to last planner. Now did you know you can use What's up, man? How's it going, good sir? Yeah, the next to last planner with Precision Barrage. I'll be updating it tomorrow though. Yeah, I'm definitely getting rid of Starless Skies, man. It's legit pissing me off. Like legit pissing me off. Hopefully I can do it. Oh no, it is today for me, Dangerous Den. It's 2:32 in the morning. So it is technically Thursday for me now as well. I'm East Coast. What goes on my to-do list? Ah, well, play around with some Victimized builds first, so just to kind of see how I feel about them. Mainly just testing out the new ICD. This is 0.25 instead of 0.5 now, which for farming feels good. Getting like more procs, even if the procs aren't hitting like for bigger damage, because you're not bat loading all that damage anymore, or as much damage anymore. But it feels better. Serious. I got a long cooldown on my random rails now. So know what's going on. Ditching conceded? No. So what will end up happening is, because right now I have Starless guys, so I need another aspect to kind of fill the gap if I was to try to drop Starless guys. So I have to move aspects around to be, because like there's not really another aspect that I can take other than like intercom, but I don't stand still long enough for that, and elements is not that great. So the only other thing I could think of is like concussive strikes probably, or oh no, wait a minute, I have concussive strikes already. All right, whenever mind then. I have another idea then. we'll some Dragon is created pushing T100 on poison, pin shot, barrage. Precision build that use poison imbue. Oh well, that's normal. Yeah, so they're only using poison imbue for the additional perks, but poison isn't doing any dot damage. It's just to proc perks. I do that on like poison barrage, like poison victimized barrage. It's literally like the same thing. It's the same concept. If he's doing pin shot barrage, he's probably skill weaving with it, right? Dangerous. It's Heartseeker rogue. Let's see. All right, so you know what I haven't tried though. I guess because I guess this got buffed hilariously. Do I even have it anywhere? I do. These penitent greaves. We're gonna throw that on. We're gonna throw these on. We're getting wild now, y'all. We're getting wild. So Penitent Greaves. We'll throw Frostbitten here. Best of Strikes here. Then Retribution will go here instead of in Starless Skies. Biggest question is, how do I keep up my resources? Well, actually, I haven't actually tried in a long time. I don't even know if that's like a problem. Speaking of which, do I have another vulnerable ring or no? I might not even have another vulnerable ring. Oh, I do. Oof, kind of. I legit don't have another GA vulnerable ring, so I guess we have to just go with something like this. Make one. Or make a ring, I guess. Alright, let's go. Innovation, because I have no innovation ranks on anything right now. Because I got that poison to be there. That's for Barrage later. +1. I guess, whatever. Okay, so we got Dex. Alright, okay, and we'll throw a Retribution on here, I guess. Okay, and then I guess I gotta Masterwork it. I think my resist might go down though. Oh no, I'm still capped. Nice, nice. So Masterwork. Literally gonna just go with almost kind of any Masterwork. Oh wait. Why does it say I have this already? Oh, wait a minute. Wrong ring. Oh, it's on my two-hander, that's why. Okay, so I'm missing Conceited. That's what I'm missing. Okay. It's not Retribution that I'm missing.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Conceited. Temper.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
The Sonder, right? So we're gonna go with the very basic Masterwork. So I'm not even sold on this, honestly. You want to try to get some vulnerable damage at some point? Come on. stretch. What kind of neck am I using? Frigid, Malice, Dex percent, but it's a non-ancestral, so it's okay. It's the right stats, but it's just low ball because it's not ancestral. But it is what it is. Only but so much I can do. So like this is the best I can do. Did I understand last campfire chat that we release a PTR patch notes before the stream itself? No. Patch notes are probably not gonna come until like next week. But the campfire stream is like tomorrow. I'm basing it off of how long it took us to see the patch notes from the last stream. Well, not patch notes. Yeah, patch notes from the last stream. With GA, yeah, but GA is. Don't worry about it for now, just because, again, I'm not sold on this by chance. And like, as you see, these two rings, this ring and amulet is actually for my Barrage Victimized build. I'm just using it for Heartseeker, but it's not like optimal per se. But it's good. It's good enough. I even threw Penitent Greaves in here, so this be kind of fun. This should be a little fun.
This place is
Oh, really? I have to use my random arrows. Yeah. Just looking to the Frost Nova rune. I can still have Penitent Greaves because it gave me a quick multiplier, basically. just gotta move quicker, or skip a lot more trash. Honestly, I spend a lot of time on trash, but that's also because my dash is like almost always on cooldown. Did they patch the anti-victim elixir? Yeah. Yep, they sure did. Did anyone get the same thing from the events? Let me say the same thing. What did you get? Because like we wouldn't know what the same thing is from what you got if you haven't told us what you got. My assumption is practically everyone got the same thing, but the boss kill, which I think I fought the same boss last time. Boss kill felt basically the same. The fact that I can cast whenever else felt more often felt so much better. All right. I think now it's time to shake some things up a little bit. Okay, which means I gotta change runes. So we'll have to go back to the Starless. What is it? Okay, it's this one. Was this ring? And we'll go back to the actually. Let me put this boost here so I don't remember. I don't forget where to. So that.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help?
Frost. Retribution. No, I have retribution. Why do I keep doing that? Seated. All right, so we're back to somewhat kind of normal-ish. That moonrise. So can I get by without Dark Shroud? Wait, what are you doing? Morphin times? Oh, you mean the ring? Oh, the amulet. Okay. I can work with that. I put it here when I have more when I have more mats to be able to like do some rolls. We'll put it right here.
Impressive. See some steel you need.
This on the. If actually, what was I doing just now? Oh yeah, runes. Um, I know what I'm looking for if I see it. All right, so we're gonna actually try to do this without Dark Shroud, which means I'm gonna have to max these out. Throw some agile in there. I can get some of that movement speed back here from here. I guess that's fine. Okay. So we do lose the shadow imbuement. Goodness. Doing this though. Which is sad. But one. But we do still get a knockdown from that one rune. There's master working a mythic binder to the character. I mean you can still switch it between your characters, yes. How did I mess this up so bad? Period and crowd control immune. The second thing makes you feel so bad. It does. I feel like they really need to kind of figure out a better way to go about that, honestly. It's actually took longer than I wanted to. That first floor was bad for me for whatever strange reason. Like, I feel like I did not play that well. Okay. Let me. Oh yeah, 2 back-to-back bangers, old school bangers. Flurry for mobility only. Yeah, it's like playing with it and then playing without it just feels strange, man. Like, it really does. Like in terms of like moving around, like if I do just dash, I feel slow. I think I should go in every build, but it's like hard not to. It's hard to not want to do it. I mean, I guess it's also shadow step I can do too, but the flurry like flurry has no cooldown, so and it also spends energy, so it gets my ultimate off of faster. No. Come on. It's strange. I feel like I'm getting like the same times no matter what, and I keep getting the same bosses. Either Blood Bishop or Slither, for whatever reason that is. I was victimized now. So the ICD being 0.25 now instead of 5 does make it feel a lot better. The buff itself, like I was kind of saying before, is pretty small. That most people aren't going to notice the difference really, and it still kind of reigns to be true. Like there really isn't much of a thing that you notice. Let's see. All right, so now to get for real, I'm gonna have to change my second merc, my reinforcement, so I can go with a different rune. So I can go with the poor rune actually. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, the big win honestly is that like if you're just farming for the most part, it feels a lot better. Like don't expect to like, you know, push considerably higher than you did before, because I don't think that was kind of the point there. But in terms of how it feels considerably better than it did before in terms of like Inferno Horrors, Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide, speed pits for the most part. Like, they definitely feel better. I guess I wasn't really expecting much, personally. Let's change the skill box off. Let's do that one. Okay, so now we have a knockdown. So now we can change the other one to a pull. Vortex. All right. You see him Gorilla Spiritborn speed clear 150 in 90 seconds. Pretty sure there's probably a lot of perdition buffs going on, and the anti-venom might have been taking place with that still before, like that clear might have been done before the hotfix happened. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. The pool's happening a lot. That's actually very good for Victimize. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 No, this is Victimize. Can't really go precision on basic attacks. Okay. Yeah. This is definitely a faster run. As long as I don't muck things up. But terrible map here. It does mean you kind of have to play a little bit closer though, but getting the pull with Victimize is actually quite important. or getting them bunched up does help a lot. What Maxroll can do in Road this season, Pit. I mean, I haven't done any pushing, so I really don't know how high I can go. J Mac, I love you, man. Is the highest I heard is a 127? I'm pretty sure that's also with some other bugs though, not anti-election. Well, with anti-venom, I guess, too, as well. There's several bugs right now in the play. That's why I'm really not even, like, talking about pit clears at the moment, because there's several bugs you can abuse. Anti-venom is only part of the equation. There are other really big bugs, too. What GA on the Wind Force? Malice. Okay, so that actually felt good. That was probably this is the best that has felt. This has felt.
Farewell.
Okay, now I can feel like I can get like some sort of resemblance of like stick speeds. Because the pools allow me to kind of like reach those mobs I couldn't reach. Then the Victimize stacking on top of the target, that helps a lot. But it does mean you have to kind of play up close, though, which sort of defeats some of the flair of playing Heartseeker at a distance kind of thing. Like you're kind of in their face, which is unfortunate. But unfortunately, this is how the game is designed. Get bigger buff for being closer. Yeah, but so far, yeah, this is the best it's worked out for Heartseeker so far. This combination of stuffs. I'm gonna pull him in. Yeah, I'm using the rune to do it though. The Spiritborn's Vortex rune or whatever. But I'm also running without Dark Shroud though, so that's kind of a scary thought. So but it's looking like I don't really need it. I could do Dark Shroud instead of Warcry if I really wanted the Dark Shroud, but yeah, as a hardcore player, yeah, you just drop Warcry instead and go Dark Shroud here. For sure, for certain. Yeah, I haven't felt like I've been in any sort of danger at all.
Potato, 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 potato.
Sorry. I wonder how did I get muted? That's weird. Oh, sorry, I don't have a planner for this yet because I just put this together. How long have I been muted? How did I get muted? It's a question. I think Eric Cow did more damage. A 7 ranked trick attacks is going to do more damage than a rank 7 trick attacks Cow will do more damage. The air is gonna feel better versus like the pit boss or whatever. So your mileage may vary. I'm gonna try a couple of different. I'm gonna try it with both. Honestly, I gotta be careful not to do the bug thing, which shouldn't be too hard. You muted me. Different pit boss. Wow. Okay. Actually, this section isn't too bad. I was actually expecting worse for the 85 with the cow. Oh, really? Okay, so this is what I was expecting, actually. Oh, really? Really, 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 really? There we go. Trick attacks. Got this in the planner? Well, I'm not. I couldn't. Because if I just made some of these adjustments like 30 minutes ago, there's no way I could have made changes in the planner by now. I will. Don't get me wrong, but like. This song. Yeah.
See some steel you need. Use it well.
Where's my other air project? Is this the best one I got? Ain't no way. No, I haven't really used the helm much, but I swear I had a better. Or did I just not max to work it that well? Like I guess. Yeah. Let's go back down to 80 because that's my test hit level. Dagger or sword with the build? Doesn't really matter because the implicit doesn't really help either way. So either way, either one is fine. Whichever one rolls better. Oh, that movement speed is juicy though. Forgot about that. By the way, this song is so ass. The only reason why I like this song is Kendra's part. That's it. It really is. It's so bad. Like the only reason people, honestly, I mean, it's got a vibe to it, I guess. Like if you're just trying to vibe to something, sure. But like as a song, if you like actually listen to the lyrics and crap, to everyone else's parts and stuff like that, it's such an ass song, man. But Kendra's part though, the only reason why this, I listen to the song. well, yeah, the beat's good. But I mean, it just the you know how like some songs that like the lyrics are so bad that even the beat can't really save it. At times, like it's on. This is kind of on the cuffs of that. Like you just gotta like mute the lyrics until until we get the Kendra's part, and then we Gucci again. Alright, so this actually isn't that bad with the air in terms of like through the rift. On the pit guardians is definitely the better choice, as you can see. Yeah, like way better on like pit guardians. Drink some lean, and then Future's verse would make more sense. Did they patch Hell Ties? I don't know. I did it once without knowing what was going on, and I was kind of like wondering what the hell was happening. And then like the moment I realized what was happening, I got my chest and I kind of got out of there. Okay, that actually felt good with air, actually. Non-bugged air, by the way. Yeah, I think I kind of like air better with this, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. Dangerous. So I guess you could say we did make Heartseeker a little better, regardless of the buffs itself. Just just some updates and changes to a couple of things that I didn't use before. That makes the build feel a little better. However, you do have to kind of get up in their grill. You're noticing that about your infinite knowledge of hip hop. My ultimate goal when chatting on stream is make you laugh. Yeah, I sometimes feel like I can't stream with Dangerous Din here. Like literally, I feel like I'm gonna like blow out some like internal organs with some of the things he says. I'm still like not over the whole like the shadow clone is an emote with the cooldown. Like bro, that literally almost took me out. Because it's so true. It's just. Happy. You're gonna update my guys when I'm out, Dangerouston, since she'd be the cause of the mixing oxide. Yeah, yo, this feels so yo. Yeah. All right. We're gonna keep air, actually, in this. So while I'm sure like Kyle is a little better during the run. It's just not even close when it comes to pit boss using that versus Kyle. Dabbling rogues for I'm sure I'll do this fine. I'm not even saying that you can't. I'm just saying time. You know, you're gonna need a lot of time to update 5 in-game guides and the leveling guide and what is it? The monster monster thingy. What's it called? Actually, I forgot what my own guide is called. Monster family stuff, which I have not updated yet, actually, and I've been kind of slacking on. But don't tell anybody. Why did we choose Shadow Clone for Precision Barrage? Because there's really nothing else that's like worth it. That's why. So you might as well just do it for the unstoppable. So you can run without Shadow Step or whatever. Literally, that's the only reason. Also, it gives you double cow traps and whatnot, so makes it easier to kind of like keep things inside the traps or whatever. So there is some merit to having it. It's just that the other options are just not good for the build. That Shadow Clone, ironically enough, is like the best choice. People expect us to play everything in 2mm perfection. I try my best. This build of Precision Barrage feel better. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know. I mean, it's close. I was actually kind of surprised to even like do more on Heartseeker. I was kind of expecting to run the exact same thing, like literally the exact same thing. So this is a pleasant surprise. Do you think if you have 2 GA gears that you'll be able to farm T90 pit with this build? Probably not. I think 85 would be like the sweet spot for farming for this. With good gear, like really good gear. Like my gear is pretty mediocre right now, so yeah, I can. Because I mean, keep in mind, 90s is like Rain of Arrows territory, and Victimized builds are not going to come close to or as close to precision builds. Naturally. But yeah, I think honestly, like in terms of like doing 80 versus 85, it all comes down to speed at that point, because you're gonna want to try to skip a lot of the trash stuff and go like directly to the elites at this point, unless you can get like a nice vortex on like the trash on the way. That's kind of hard because you don't have any control over the proc as much. And I somehow got stuck there. Starius, what's going on? How's Rogue Life treating me? The same as always. I enjoy Rogue regardless. Regardless of what state they're in. Right now I'm just taking a look at Victimized builds because I did precision yesterday with the mid-season patch stuff. This is a very awkward spot to shoot in. My arrows didn't even hit. This is a terrible second map. Like, horrific. Ooh, Mother's Judgment. Okay. Yeah. Flurry Barrage? No, there is no Barrage in this. This is Heartseeker. Flurry is only there for the movement, so Flurry doesn't do any damage here. I know people get excited when I throw Flurry randomly in any build, but it legit is for the movement to get around faster. Do you think Pinch Shot is now a good build with precision? I tried it yesterday. I really wasn't a fan. It still has the same issues that it did before. It's just a teeny bit stronger. Okay. Same issue as before. I couldn't attack for some reason. Really? Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, really bad start. That's a great pull though. So if you try to attack move while you're near a wall, your character won't fire arrows at all. So it makes caves annoying. Also, your arrows won't ricochet if you're too close to a wall. So caves are awful in this build. I mean, god awful. Alright, I gotta kill him like before they become unstoppable, man. Grace on, yeah. Appreciate the follow. Try it with the smoke grenade ring. Unique ring helps a lot in your opinion. I did do it like twice with the ring. I mean, when you say helps a lot, even if it is double dipping, that's like one pit tier. If like a pit tier and a half over like a regular ring, if it is in fact double dipping still. I wouldn't call that a lot. I call that probably not really much noticeable by most players. But yeah, I'm still, there's still like the verdict is still out on whether or not it double dips or not still. I haven't had any time to actually like strip my character down completely to like truly test it. The pin shot was still pretty awful on like the pit bosses or whatever. Anything precision build related is pretty awful against the pit boss. I think Renovails somewhat bypasses a little bit of it. It's just because it has just high raw damage in general. But yeah, pin shot and rapid fire, like even rapid fire as a single target, it feels pretty awful against pit bosses without minions. Barrage kind of did too. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll try to see if the fighter's goal is actually double dipping. Still, like personally, like pull everything apart. Yeah, so this would have been a faster like get to the boss clear had I used Cowl. But the boss should feel fine because I'm not using Cowl. But the amount of times I made at least unstoppable before I killed them has actually been kind of embarrassing though. Caves didn't help though. What rune do I use? For what? This build here? Why is clones so weak? Multipliers don't work on it. Basically, a lot of multipliers don't work on it. So it's not dealing 80% of your damage, like the tooltip says. I didn't have cow traps up during that cycle. There we go. Ah, boo. I didn't get him down there. I didn't kill him in 3 staggers. So I still got which is War Cry, but I'm using Cry for the pull, which is quite important for Victimize. Although I could do Dark Shroud rune, and then instead of doing Shadow Clone, do Death Trap. So I could go that route if I wanted to do like a manual pull, so I can be tankier. But imagine if you click Shadow Clone, it starts breakdancing. Now that's a skill, literally. Literally. Can Rogue wear Godslayer crown? It can, but like remember that the 60% is only up a fourth of the time. So it's literally like a 15% buff at the end of the day. The unique ethics. The pull is nice, don't get me wrong. But the fact that it you know, it happens a fourth of the time kind of really makes the helm hard to justify to use. Speaking of which, let's do that though. So death trap here. And then we'll go back to Mott. I guess it wouldn't hurt if I had double pull, right? I guess. I think Godslayer is a balanced helmet. We can live in different times. That's a fair assessment, yeah. It's a very fair assessment. How about melee builds? I might do some Twisting Blades and Flurry sometime this week. They're definitely on the list of things for me to do. Basically, momentum builds is kind of what I call them. This is probably more safe to play like this. With a controlled death trap, basically. A Dark Shroud. What current attack speed do I have here? Honestly, I don't even know. Because my gear is not optimized. But that's not going to change from what's on the website. At least that part's not going to change. I'm gonna throw back on Cal in a minute. No, I made him unstoppable. So is Shroud new best in slot? It's been like the best in slot for like ever since it got reintroduced. So like the only reason why it wasn't best in slot at the very beginning was because it wasn't dropping. But after like the first week or whatever, when it was able to drop again, then everybody dropped Trio Smite for Shroud. Yeah. Shroud is just so much damage with the +1 to all passives. Few more times with Cal. How's it going? No TMNT. But not with the new patch coming out, or not with the new patch being here. We'll resume that probably later. Probably towards the end of the week, early next week. After I'm finished testing all the new stuff. Okay, where's my cow? Cow back in again. Is the campfire chat still like the same time as always, like 11 o'clock PSC or whatever? That was a bad death trap. God, Kyle the Nameless is so freaking strong, man. It's so easy to feel a difference, honestly, between that and there. At least on regular mobs. Campfire today, yeah. Oh, yeah, where they at least at? There's one. Oh, Calvin Nameless, why? Why must she be so meta? Why? Yeah, there are just knives but no snapshots. Sure. I mean, Woodija already has one if you haven't like seen his yet. in this channel. Like a no snapshots dance of knives. Okay, so this is the safe bet. Like with Dark Shroud, Death Trap. It's a tankier setup. You get less pulls, but you're also like, well, tankier because you have the shrouds. But the more glass cannon play with the pull and Shadow Clone has actually probably been my favorite way to do it. So maybe I would suggest both. Actually, no, probably not. Let me not do that. Let me not make it hard on the guide. Play the season. What's the end game like nowadays? I mean, hit in front of horde. Bossing. Sometimes you'll do cure ass in the city, like towards the beginning of your gearing journey, and then kind of forget about it. Kind of really it. There's Dark Citadel if you just want to have some fun with like mechanical stuff, but
Use it well.
okay. I at least know what I want to do with this now, though. Like I have an idea of how I want this to work, so I can make updates. Sorry about the All right, so I guess I can get and do Barrage real quick. Shouldn't take too long. It's just a matter of swapping Noxus Ice. Got Poison Imbue cast here, Poison Imbue cast here, so that's already there. For sure, regular weapon? Actually, no. I do need to remaster work something though. Also, where's my Umber Crux? This is my Umber Crux. Oh, I also need a Barrage weapon too. So I gotta do 2 more masterwork. These 2 temporaries and masterworks. Actually, wait a minute.
Things on your return.
I do have a Heartseeker one. Oh damn! Oh, this is the. Never mind. I changed some stuff. Actually, no, I can't. How many tempers do I have left on this? I'm not gonna risk that. I'll just do a new one. Yep, I have to just do a new one. Temper. Oh, I forgot. I also need to try the wind force with this. I know it's gonna sound super weird, but Really? Really? Oh, okay.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I was seeing the bug that potion that gives enormous amounts of health. Yep, and they already patched it. Like an hour and a half ago, they patched it. Yeah. Interesting, huh? That was fast. So these aren't great, but they're better than... Oh man, I have very little... Oof, that's not good. I'm at the farm. A little bit before I can make the switch over.
Return soon.
Also already pretty late too. I do want to do that fire stream tomorrow. Of course. And it raised me the... And I was thinking about leaving.
Yo, Dark Side.
What up, Bandit?
We just got raided, son. You know how we do.
There we go.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Bandit?
Pandaglass your aided my stream with 37 views.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. I was actually getting ready to go myself. Because I was like, oh man, I have to farm so I can masterwork my mediocre pieces of gear for testing for Barrage Victimize. I was doing some Heartseeker Victimize and made some positive changes, I guess. Like some changes that actually did help the build a little bit. So that was cool. But the Victimize proc feels better, but the Victimize buff itself feels very like as if it's not even there. To be honest, this whole 120 to 150, it felt like it didn't do much at all. I mean, I knew it wasn't going to be much, but still. But the 0.5 ICD to 0.25 ICD is considerably better healing in general for farming. So that part is a W. I need to farm more for different build testing, but it's hard when you're still trying to min-max the best gear. Yeah, I know, right? I feel you. I absolutely feel you. So now I got to use this build to farm for some Masterwork match tomorrow, so I can actually play some Barrage tomorrow. I'm actually try Windforce tomorrow. With Victimized Barrage. Windforce is actually, let's see, sorry, Tracy? Appreciate the sub. I'm gonna try some Victimized Barrage tomorrow. Windforce. It's actually good with precision. Like when Windforce with precision is actually best in slot for Barrage precision builds now. Crazy enough. I'm gonna attempt to see if I can make it pretty decent on Victimize, even though the proc doesn't work on Victimize. But maybe I might can make the +6 malice or +7 malice worth taking Windforce anyway. Guesses are not likely, but we'll see. Never know. I wouldn't have known if that Victimize, not Victimize, sorry, Wind Force Barrage was gonna work as well as it did if I didn't just like do it. He said, well, it's your first time seeing the dance on live. Thanks. Thanks, DJ. But for those who are interested in the Heartseeker thing I was doing, I'll have some updates tomorrow. I gotta update all the guides, even if it is just like minimal stuff. So I guess I want to do like any like Paragon. Actually, I don't think there's any differences in Paragon stuff. All the Paragon board stays the same. But some of the skills, one of the skills changes basically. But unfortunately, we do have to kind of play this close up now, so, or it's better to play it close up now. Badge. But anyways, I do need to go. I do appreciate the raid though, Panda. But I gotta get some rest for the campfire stream tomorrow since I got a substitute going in my place tomorrow, just so therefore I can stream the campfire chat. That's 2 substitutes features I've used in the past week, roughly a week for the 2 campfires. So I'm have to be careful going forward for his hand party. Wow. How about you, who to go to? Where is my stream? However, Heartseeker is really good for farming Nightmare Dungeons, so for Master Morale, so that should be pretty quick. Oh, here it is. Here's my stream. Okay. All right. We can go to Wonder Puppy. GG. All right. We're going to Wonder Puppy. Talking about the PoE campfire tomorrow, or no, Diablo's having one as well. So Diablo's has theirs first, and then PoE's afterwards. So we'll kind of see how I go about that. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick around for the PoE one or not. It depends on how long the D4 campfire chat is. Just because I have a lot to do tomorrow, that's why. But anyhow, I will see you tomorrow. I will be live streaming the campfire chat. So I know you guys' favorite streamers are usually streaming during the daytime and whatnot. So totally understand, but stop by and say hi. Even if it is just like, in passing before going back to the main person you generally watch. I totally understand. But enjoy Wonder Puppy. Hopefully I'll see a good chunk of you guys tomorrow. And as always, till next time.